Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news. So we got a few stories, of course, dealing with political events that we're going to go directly over. And then we're going to get into the other everyday usual nonsense that has to do with some responses from previous videos that I've done. So the first story that we have is Joshua John, political affiliation, criminal background, parents, Dallas shooting suspect, brother shares chilling details. So he said that the suspect in the Dallas ICE detention center shooting has been identified as 29-year-old man with connections to North Texas and Oklahoma. Joshua John, age 29, was the sniper who took lives of at least two people in the Dallas ICE facility earlier this Wednesday morning. John allegedly opened fire, taking the lives of two inmates and wounding one before taking himself out. Authorities have also stated that anti ICE messages were scribbled on bullets found close to the shooter's body. According to records, his parents reside in Fairview, a city in Collin County. Fairview police are helping with the investigation. It's possible that John's resident is a resident in Durant, Oklahoma. John was charged with a felony in Texas back in 2016 for distributing marijuana in excess of 1/4 ounce, but less than 5 pounds. On record, he entered a guilty plea. Public records also show that he was a registered independent who cast his final ballot back in November of 2024. According to state criminal records, John is about 6 foot tall, 210 pounds, man with brown hair and brown eyes. He was born in Texas per documents. Joshua's older brother, Noah John, claimed that he was unaware of Joshua's intense hatred for ICE. Without going into any details, Noah called his sibling unique. However, he claimed that Joshua was not someone he would have ever imagined taking part in a shooting with political motives. Quote, I didn't think he was politically interested. He wasn't interested in politics on either side as far as I knew. Growing up in Allen, Texas, John's siblings were active in Boy Scouts. According to Noah, his brother had experience with uh, cotting, but was presently unemployed and intended to move into his parents' home in Oklahoma. Joshua was proficient with his parents' weapons, according to Noah John. However, Noah also stated that, quote, he's not a marksman, and that's for sure. Also stating that he would not be able to make any shots like that. According to Noah, he met his brother at his parents' home 2 weeks ago, and nothing appeared unusual to him. So, again, right off of the heels, dealing with the whole instance of Charlie Kirk and the other, shootings at the country club that I told you guys about, somewhere about, let me see what date it is, because everything gets a little bit confusing. About earlier this week, I think, I told you guys about the country club shooting. That was another white male. Charlie Kirk situation, white male. And in this instance, for all intents and purposes, it's looking pretty Caucasian for me. Just saying. And for whatever reason, you don't seemingly have a lot of individuals online wanting to pinpoint and talk about these instances of the white violence that is taking place at this moment in time. And by his own brother's statements, he was like, hey, my brother is not a marksman. He wouldn't be able to make shots like that. That seems a little bit weird, right? You got the guy that is pictured here who was the suspect that was like, I'm going to sit up there and just, do whatever it is that I want to do, but I don't want to, have to pay the toll or the responsibility for it. So I'm just going to cut it short here. And decided to take the lives of two inmates, right? Injure another, potentially putting, police and other people in harm's way. But his brother said that he would not be able to make those shots. Nobody finds that interesting. Whenever these things happen to take place and the family of said individuals are stating that they have never seen anything of reference to pinpoint that, hey, my family member is probably crazy, radicalized, this is that and third, and all these other types of things. And they made sure to note that this individual here, Joshua, is independent, right? Because we see what's been going on with the media so far and how it is that people want to shift the blame to one side or the other side to another. right? So you got somebody that's directly in the middle. Last time he even voted was back in 2024. But like I said before, for the folks out there, for the Caucasians, yo, you gotta start talking to your kids, because as I stated before, they got access for weapons. I've never had access to weapons, just to be honest, and I'm quote unquote the stereotype. Born and raised in Detroit, the hard streets of Detroit, like white people would like to consider the hard dark streets. There's nothing but pimps and gangbangers and drug dealers and all this other type of stuff out there. But I never had access to a weapon, right, at all. But seemingly enough, you have a lot of kids like this, right? Because I gotta use it the way that they like to do it, trying to minimize the situation, right? You got kids like this, right? They're young, they don't know anything about it, they're just being radicalized online, and they, oddly enough, have access to weapons online, and they decide that because they feel a certain type of way emotionally, because the perspective that they have when it deals with politics is different from somebody else's, they feel as though they need to prove a point. And in order to prove that point, they want to try to endanger people's lives directly out there by actions such as this. But again, when you look at mainstream media news, they tend not to fixate and focus on this. This is like three in a row. It can't get it. I don't know what else to set up. This is three in a row where you've had somebody with a weapon deciding that they wanted to take other people's lives. But we're still focused on what again? We're still matter of fact, I can show you specifically what we're focused on. Let's just take a look at this.
Announced visit to Tennessee State University. The pair was eventually escorted off of campus by police as angry students gathered around. News 2's Kenley Hargett reports on the aftermath of that event.
If you want to talk to people who disagree with you, you go to the place where people are likely to disagree with you.
Students visibly upset at a conservative group showing up to their university unannounced. The group is on a nationwide college tour to honor Charlie Kirk and to open dialogue on various political topics. Tuesday, they chose Tennessee State University, where they set up two controversial signs in front of their table. One saying, DEI should be illegal, and the other, deport all illegals now. Let's talk. I sat down with two members of the group on why they chose to come to an HBCU.
We kind of just drive places and then we end up in a city. We pick a city and then we just go to that city and then we kind of figure out what universities are there. We didn't know that TSU was an HBCU until the night before. He didn't know until they told him on campus.
The university has released a statement about the event, saying university policy requires any demonstration or protest activity requires advance approval and permitting. The group told me they reached out to TSU for approval, but could not reach them. They believe even if they had approval, they still would have been met with anger.
I don't know what would have been different about the situation. We probably would have been posted up in the exact same spot. The exact same people would have been on campus and they would have had the exact same mindset.
The group plans to continue their tour of speaking at colleges and universities, but they still don't plan to announce where they will speak next due to safety concerns. TSU says they will continue to uphold university policies and ensure campus remains a safe, welcoming, and orderly environment for all members of their community. Reporting in Nashville, Kenley Hargett, News 2.
Now, we were able to hear that, right? So I need somebody, shout out to those in the chat at this moment in time. We got SWAT D, we got Bushido, we got Pink, we got Dre, reading books, we got Miss Royster. We got Rose, we got Patrick, we got Lorenzo, and we got Master down in the comment section. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and to the others who are watching and listening at this moment in time. So going back to the pair here, and I want to note that when you look at this piece, you see both of the guys going to a HBCU. How they got in there, how they snuck in there, I have no clue. Obviously, as people like to say, white privilege, people can just walk to and from and do whatever it is that they want to do. That's how I'm guessing that they got directly in there, right? But here, when they're on this campus, they make sure to wear their MAGA gear proud, right? But when they're in the interview, where's that MAGA gear? Why are you trying to make it seem like you're just normal people that just wanted to have a conversation with other normal people, when you knew specifically that you went to an HBCU because you got black students there and you were specifically hoping that all of the stereotypes and the narratives that y'all been spinning for 50, 60, 70, 80, all of these years, right? All of these talking points that the far right, conservatives, even the black conservatives, like to sit up there and spend that. Oh, the blacks, they don't like to sit up there and have a conversation with human beings. They're, I'm black, but the blacks are, they're emotional, and they don't know how to take constructive criticism and critiques and this, that, and the third. And when you hit them with facts, they don't know what to do and they just want to fight. Right? Black conservatives like to spin the same talking points as white conservatives, again, which is baffling and crazy to me. But as I stated before, it's very interesting how these white boys showed up in very different hats. The energy that they have at this moment in time is like, oh, we didn't even know that it was an HBC. So you mean to tell me? So let me just get this straight, right? These are high IQs, right? These are the makers. These are the movers and the shakers, masters of the universe. So you mean to tell me that out of all of the places, out of all of the schools that you could have gone to, somehow, some way, you put into your GPS or MapQuest, whatever it was, and you was just, this seems like a good college to go to. Huh? You didn't notice, as the words that a lot of Caucasians like to say, you didn't notice that there were a lot of blacks? You didn't notice that? You didn't notice that it was looking like Detroit in there? You didn't see the fields of black people there and not anybody who looks like you? You just thought that this was just like a college for everybody that everybody just goes to. Huh? You didn't know nothing. Really? That's very interesting. And then going to play completely stupid on television. Like, yeah, we just didn't know. We didn't know up until we got there. Huh? That's like driving to Atlanta and then sitting up there saying, oh, I didn't even realize that Atlanta was a black city up until I got, huh? What? What are we talking about here? You know what white colleges are. You know what Ivy League colleges are. You know where you can see the greater majority of your people, and you know where you can see the majority of other people. But yet people want to sit up there and play stupid. You got to be kidding me at this moment in time. And people be eating this stuff up. It's like, yeah, I actually didn't know. I'm 50 something years old, and I didn't know that they have HBCUs and black colleges. Like that's crazy. We're living in 2025. We had Obama for president. Why do we still have to focus on race? And why are we still talking about racism? We're all God's children. Kumbaya, my Lord. Right. That's what normally takes place and happen in order to get away from the fact that these folks right here were trying to start and cause a problem. And they were hoping that the stereotypes were going to be true so that it would lead them to the reaction that they wanted. They wanted to potentially get jumped. They wanted a fight to break out. They wanted a physical altercation. This is why after the security and the police came directly, the campus security and whatnot came on the scene, this is why they started filming while the black students were nicely escorting them out. You heard the black students, they were yelling, they had their chants and saying stuff in the background, but nobody put hands on them. But they were making sure to sit up there and film because they just knew that a race war was coming. They just knew that the blacks were going to put hands on the whites. They just knew that the white hatred was real. And obviously you got proven so wrong. You went to an all black college and not a black soul laid hands on you. Nobody put a foot, nobody put a fingerprint, nobody put a red slap across your face. Nobody even jumped you. They didn't turn a white tee into a brown tee. It looks like your expectations were not met. Looks like your hopes on violence were dashed. I want to, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's a lot of stereotypes out there about black folks, right? When you got a lot of blacks are around, it's not safe and sound, whatever narrative that white folks like to sit up there and say. But obviously these two white boys went to an HBCU and nothing happened. Notice how the black conservatives ain't talking about this. They're not talking about this. They're not bringing this up because it doesn't fit the narrative. It doesn't paint the story that they can sell directly back to white folks so that they can profit, monetize, and make money off of black people. That's why the black conservatives ain't talking about this. They don't even care. Even going back to the extent of this story right here, I ain't not nearly seen not a black conservative talk about these stories. Oh, they're all hyped and talking about Charlie Kirk because they can grift, because they can make some money. They can Oh yeah, I knew Charlie. I sat up there. I shook hands with him. I was about 100 feet from him, and we were breathing the same air at the same time. Charlie was our best friend, right? They all doing that, that type of Django Unchained, slave master, slave hand type of thing. This is Candyland, right? Doing all that type of stuff. Shout out to Samuel L. Jackson. Great role. Did a good job on that. But yeah, it's crazy. All the Uncle Ruckusin that they, doing all around here for like white folks. It's the dancing is crazy. But this is why they've been getting called directly out. One of the main people who, again, I disagree with everything that he states. You got Nick Fuentes, who is not even fully white. He decided that he wanted to call out a lot of the black conservatives. Do you think that the black conservatives wanted to have a discourse and a conversation with Nick Fuentes? Nope. They do what they normally do, is that they ignore. They ignore and they act like it never happened. They sweep it directly under the rug. But when you look on their social medias, look at what this black did. Look at the subway station black. Look at this parking lot black. Look at this convenience store black. Look at this gas station black. Look at this black neighborhood black. Look at these blacks. And the only time that they really want to post something that really has something to do with something is the Charlie Kirk situation. That's the most that you'll actually see them potentially post about white on white crime. But even when it's white on white crime, they don't specifically want to point it as that. They want to be like, it's not white on white. This is the liberals. This is the dangerous left, the violent left. These are the ones trying to tear apart the country. These are also the same people who specifically got on national TV and said that there's a lot of evil out here. And the conservatives decided to paint themselves as the light. And everybody else who is not conservative, who is not on the right, who is not Republican, they decided to brand them as the evil. I'm not sure if people actually paid direct attention to that. But my main thing that I like to look at when it deals with politics, when it deals with these Democrats and Republicans, like, so what side is who is on God's side? That's what I want to know. Which one of the Democrats or Republicans, because somebody has to be good and somebody has to be evil. So which one of these groups, for the Democrat and Republicans, which one is for God and which one is for Satan? That's what I want to know. Because both sides have created and been a part of great evils when it deals with the United States. Everybody has bloody hands, but who's actually on the side of God? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's my greatest question. And seemingly enough, nobody can actually answer that question, because you're not going to be able to, because both sides are into a lot of mischievous, criminal, violent, underhanded things, of which they use, such as laws, rules, and regulations, in order to throw people, let's say, into slavery. Now, for those who are going to jump on, be like, why we got to talk about race and slaves? No, white people, I'm talking about you. You are the new slaves. You are the new black, right? You are the new black, the new blacks, right? Because again, you still are the majority when it deals with the society in the United States, and you can actually see how your rights are being eroded away. Right, chip by chip, bit by bit, pebble by pebble, and you're allowing it to sit up there and take place. Don't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you know specifically what's taking place and happening. And especially to the white women directly out there, didn't they just have like a convention and they specifically know, or was it Trump? I forget, because it seems like it's both the same thing. But I could have sworn, weren't they taking away the ability for women to be able to use certain medications during pregnancy? Or was that just me? So for a lot of those out there that feel that white women are an ally directly to them, white women are willing to sacrifice any and everything in order for their men, no matter what disagreements they have, in order for their men to keep the power that they need, so that they can still be pedestalized in some type of way, so that they can still be next directly to that power. It doesn't matter if they're Republican, doesn't matter if they're Democrat, doesn't matter if they're a Christian, doesn't matter if they're a Satanist, does not matter. Whatever they have to sacrifice, no matter the numbers, in order for their men to still hold on to whatever power they have left, they're willing to sacrifice it. If people have not been able to witness and see that for like the last 10 years, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. You're just blind. You're just blind at the end of the day, and you're not willing to see anything, right? Not willing to sit up there and see anything, right? But like I said before, at the end of the day, when it deals with Democrat or Republican, nobody can specifically give me a finite answer on who's on the side of God and who's not. Because I can point to you Democrats and Republicans that have done some of the most evilest things, especially when it deals with the family, especially when it deals with children. Because like I said, when it deals with the Republicans and the Democrats, you gotta be able to explain to me why is it that both sides can't do some bipartisan type of thing and make a lot of rules and regulations, right, in order to save kids, in order to make sure that they don't get caught up in living in somebody's compound or basement 20, 40, or 50 deep, and you got several adults running that compound, but you don't know who the parents are. You don't know where these kids even came from. Some of these kids been missing for like weeks and months, but yet they're in this compound with these adults, and the most atrocious things sit up there and happen. And I'm sitting idly by as the Republicans and the Democrats, they're not doing nothing. They're just like, oh, that's a story that came up, no problem. So what about this immigration thing? What's happening there? Oh, we got some on reparations. Yeah, the blacks, they're not getting reparations. Oh, we got to deport some people. Yes, the deportation. Oh, one of our rich lobbyist friends, they want to sit up there and build a brand new business, and they want to take the fresh water that Americans actually need. Oh, yes. Allow those corporations to do that. Give them full rights. Like I said before, it's crazy to me how a lot of people still play these political games, but yet both parties are evil. None of them are actually for the good of man. None of them are for the quote unquote good of God. Living up to that that branding, whatever it is that you want to specifically call it. It's crazy work. It's 100% diabolical. Mm, mm, mm. So you want to specifically talking about who is that, Harvey? You're like, oh, so answer the question. What party rolls with AB? I'm guessing you're looking for me to say the Democrat, right? So that you can have that one, right? But so for Harvey, right? Let me know which party rolls with the ability to state that, oh, we want to allow our 10-year-old daughters, no matter what it is that they go through, they better still go through with a pregnancy. Regardless on what happened to them and how it was conceived, they better still go through with that pregnancy. Which party is that again? Let me know, because like I said, I hate when y'all, it's funny to me when you want to play semantics, when you want to sit up there and be like, oh, well, this party is more evil because they're specifically about this thing here. But yeah, Republicans are like, well, if you're a 10-year-old and stuff did actually happen to you, that's bad. But what's even worse is if you were to give up that child. That child didn't ask to be here. That child asked to live. So you need to sit up there and bear the brunt of everything and have that child for full conception. And I'm like, huh? How we do that? What's happening? It's diabolical. That's some diabolical. But like I said before, both parties at the end of the day don't actually care about any of y'all. But you got it. You said the Republican Party. He was like, I don't have a problem saying it. So you don't find that to be an issue though? Like it's great that you can say it, but you don't find that to be an issue. That a young girl, no matter what the situation is, in a lot of instances, you have these young girls where things in the family. Because I actually have a video. I didn't actually pull that one, but I have a video where an elder man in the family was basically, in a sense, giving a half-hearted apology for what he did directly to his grandchild. And he specifically said on the phone recording, well, if you say anything about it, I'm going to deny that it happened. So like I said, it's crazy to me to know that, people would in a scene, not saying you, of course, but I'm saying it's crazy to know that people out there, others out there, would agree that they're fine with children going through with a full term, no matter the situation, no matter how devastating the situation, no matter how traumatizing the situation is. Like I said, I'm looking at both parties. I gotta, for me, I try to look at both parties are trying to measure things equally, look at the whole thing. And I'm not seeing any type of good realistically on both sides. I'm really not. You said I believe in right and wrong, and obviously you don't. Who said? Can anybody in the comment section point to me where like what do we how did you get here? How was that like the finite point that you, out of everything that I've listed, how was that the finite point that you came down to, where I specifically laid down a line of like, yo, this right here just should not be crossed at all. It just shouldn't. I'm like, that's crazy to me. Right? Because like I said before, when it deals with both parties, I can list the extremes that are directly there. And when I mean extremes, I'm talking about extremes. Right? You got people on the left that want to overuse and abuse situations, right, for their benefit, even though they know better. And you got people on the right that will decide to get on national syndicated television to sit up there and say that, oh, I don't feel sorry for a previous president going through stage 4 cancer. I don't feel bad for the guy. Huh? How do we get here? And you said that at somebody's funeral? How do we do that? How do we do that? Like, that's crazy to me. It's like, it's amazing how people always want to call out one thing, especially when it deals with Democrats, but when Republicans be saying some of the most wild, heinous, craziest stuff, it just don't make sense. Like I said, there was a moment in time dealing with the pandemic that a lot of Republicans were getting online, high conservatives, especially the celebrities. They were like, oh, the people that don't want to do this and that, they don't want to, take this. Oh, we need to get rid of them. We just need to get them out of here. We need, public such and such as to be happening live in front of people because they're endangering everybody's life. Saying some of the most craziest, disgusting things. But do you think that other Republicans were calling that stuff out? Nope. Do you think other conservative Republican celebrities are calling that out? Nope. Do you especially think that the rich were calling that out? Nope. Nope. Not at all. But it'd be like that though. Be like that. It's 100%. It's diabolical work. Diabolical. Pat Yeager said, "You are delusional." I mean, I guess I'm delusional. I guess I'm delusional. You said that most actors are liberals. I mean, I wouldn't know that. I don't know what the stats specifically. There's a lot of actors all around the United States, from the lowest to the mid-tier to the highest. I don't know every single actor directly out here, but I can sit up there and look at Hulk Hogan. I can look at The Undertaker. I can look at Kane. I can look at Vince McMahon's family, right? And many others directly out there, just to sit up there and name a few, right? But whatever. All right. You got it. Let me see. What is it? Love Tim said, people right or wrong are dependent upon whether it is beneficial to them. Yo, what is up, Sham? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? You said them are all wrestlers. You do know that wrestlers are actors, right? What do they call the WWE or the WWF, right? Sports entertainment. Who normally does entertainment? Actors. Somebody let me know in the comment section, where am I incorrect on this? Do wrestlers not act? Do they not have scripts that they follow? Pre-written things that they're what are we doing? Like this, like wrestling is not live where they're just doing this off the cuff. They have scripts, right? They have pre-planned wrestling and what it is that people are supposed to sit up there and do. They train for stuff like this. Just like matter of fact, let me take it to a better extent. Sports is an act as well too. The whole world is a stage. Did anybody see Mike Tyson versus Logan Paul? Those were actors. Not saying that Mike Tyson is not a boxer. We know that he is. But what the performance that they put on, that was all an act. Because in any real event, if that boy would have sat up there and stepped into Mike Tyson's face and said anything disrespectful, he would have been laid out. Mike Tyson has literally beat up cars and cause injury to the car and none to himself. Like, are we losing it here? How many times do we have to sit up there and go back in the past and look at LeBron James when he was Jesus, basically traveling in Moses' sandals across the field and wasn't nothing getting called? Those are all acts. How many times do we got to look at football to figure out the fact that we had Deflategate, where obviously the ball did not have the specific air that it was supposed to have, and that allowed people to do this and that and all this other, and people hiding balls in their jerseys, and like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? The whole world is a stage. You're like, oh, well, your fact is not even a fact because you're just listing wrestlers. Everybody. It don't matter if it's rappers, don't matter if it's actors, don't matter if it's wrestlers, don't matter if it's people in sports. They're all actors, dog. They're all actors. Like what are we talking about? That's crazy. That's crazy. I guess you didn't. So just me. I guess you don't remember when Mike Tyson was. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn that Mike Tyson was proven innocent directly on that. And then when he got out after everything was said and done, that's when Mike Tyson sat up there and said, "Then if I was going to go to prison for it, then I should have did it." Pay attention. No normal man is going to sit up there and say something like that unless somebody inevitably decided to pin the blame or branding directly on him. Because I didn't heard that even beyond stories about Mike Tyson. I didn't heard other dudes sit up there and say like, yo, if I was going to get like locked up for sitting up there killing somebody, I should have actually killed that person. It would have made sense then. The math would have math, but it don't math. Again, this is why we got, when it deals with black men in the United States, this is why we have the highest exoneration rates bar none. And nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. Like, that's crazy. That's diabolical. So Just Me said he was found guilty and went to jail. You know how many black men were quote unquote found guilty and went to jail and prison? And then 30, 40, 50, 60 years later, the actual evidence comes out. Somebody releases the evidence. Former jurors, they come through and be like, you know what? I actually want to change my story. Like this person is innocent. Other family members of the family who lost their lives come out and actually defend the supposed killer because new evidence has surfaced to basically prove that that person locked up is not the person that killed him. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, this is crazy to me. Like, this is 100% crazy. Like, bro, and then you still got people talking about fatigue when it deals with black folks, even though that the term black fatigue was created by a black woman who wrote a book. Like, are y'all stupid? Y'all can't even come up with an original concept yourselves to try to insult people. You have to literally co-opt and steal something and then transform it to make it your own. This is the same thing that y'all did for the white women out there. That's the same thing that y'all did when it dealt with the Time Is Up and the Me Too movement. Those movements were literally started by way of black women and others in order to call out the white men in that structure of power in those corporations and companies. You know what white women did? They was like, we see what y'all doing. No problem. We're going to take this, co-opt it. We're going to, bury your names directly. We're going to carry this forward. Nobody really cares about you, but we're going to use you as white women. We're going to use you as a platform. The same thing that we did in the feminist movement. And we're going to move forward, which they did. And we're going to keep you at the bottom, which they did. Because you were able to see white women profit monetarily off of this whole situation. And black women didn't get nothing, even though they started it. Crazy how that works, huh? Because I saw somebody in this comment section talking about I suffer from a victim mentality. That's crazy. So when it deals with a victim mentality, what about the white men that or the others that lose their lives due to these shooters that look like this? Nothing. We don't got nothing. We're not going to say nothing about that, right? But yet every single time these little white boys show up to the scene, or white show up to the scene and they got armaments and access to guns, you try to minimize it by calling them this kid, these boys, 22 years old. And you want to refer to them as kids, as children, to minimize the situation, the severity of the situation, because you don't want to call out your own? That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. And I've been seeing white people do this for beyond 10 years. Anytime that they're like 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, y'all always minimize all of these things by calling them kids. But yet when it deals with black kids, teenagers actually doing something, oh, they're grown men. They're like 25. They're 15, but now they're 25, 35. And they were just like this hulking individual that was like 6'9", Andre the Giant weight class with Herculean strength that they can crack mountains with their bare hands. And you just had to defend yourself because you're a frail white man, and all I had on me was a pistol. That's some crazy work. The amount of mental gymnastics that y'all perform in order to do certain things is diabolical in nature. But it be like that though. But y'all want to run up here and try to say that oh, the blacks, you're the ones that have the victim mentality. Nah, at this point in time, and technically for a long time, y'all been the main ones that actually had the victim mentality. Again, y'all like to project, as they like to say. You like to project what it is with you onto other people, to scapegoat and deflect, and not focus basically on self and inward. That's crazy. It's diabolical. Just me said, sounds more like my gymnastics. I mean, I guess. That's crazy. I'm just trying to figure out for the white folks here that have a disagreement with me. Instead of you actually focusing on the white men that are the most dangerous and violent in the United States, why is it that y'all opt to sway over to another side and start focusing on black people? When the white boys that you raise in your own homes are taking your lives, the white boys in your communities, in your schools. Do I have to bring up Columbine? That was one of the most famous ones. Anybody remember that one? They had a whole videotape of that and everything. VHS, the black tape. Crazy how that set up there and took place and happened. Had, what was it, trench coats and everything, right? These were like the loner kids. Nobody had no friends. It was just, it was just them. It was like Jay and Silent Bob. They just ran through that school. Bow, 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 bow. Y'all don't got nothing to say. Y'all don't want to talk about that. What about the Unabomber? What's correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody in the comment section. Was it the Unabomber white? Was it the Unabomber white? I'm trying to figure out when is the last time that we had somebody black being like a bomber? I'm just trying to figure that one out. When I'm just trying to, a black bomber. When has that ever happened? Eddie, what is up there, brother? Let me tell you something. You came up to the scene. He was like, one word, Chirac. I know you've never been around anybody black. The most black people that you know, or an individual that is black, is probably your cat at the end of the day, or your dog, or you when you decide to put on blackface for Halloween. That's the only time that you possibly at any moment in time know anybody black, especially if you're in any place such as Utah. I know for damn sure y'all really don't know nobody black, because the percentages there is like what 1.2%. Yeah, nah. It's like Kevin Bacon, 6 degrees of separation, or 8 degrees, whichever one it is. It's a Kevin Bacon movie. You can look it up. IDMB, just, search that in. But like I said before, it's crazy how y'all always talk about black cities and I ain't never been there. But y'all always got these stories, though. Y'all got these theories and these stories and these books that y'all already like written, that your grandfathers like passed down to you. But at the same time, those grandfathers and meemaws and shit that's sitting up there giving y'all those stories, y'all got pieces of black people somewhere in y'all attic, right? From a previous time. Y'all got ropes from a previous time of which y'all use, right? Y'all got other types of items, bodily items of black men directly in y'all closets, right? That y'all like to fixate on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because I do have a book here which deals with slavery and homosexuality. I do have that book here, and the main person on the front cover is you. If we want to be real directly about that, anybody can look up that book. It's directly on Amazon. This is not a paid sponsor advertisement directly for that, but you can sit up there and look that up because I got that book. Also got other books as well where it details how it is that white men get sexual gratification by way of dealing with the flesh of their black slaves. and how it is that when certain things were, let's say, taken away from the black male slave, right, by using certain types of weapons, that they would decide to then obsess and also use said part directly on themselves. You got to explain that to me. And this is in books. This is directly in books. It's a little bit weird to me, right? The quote unquote masters of the universe are obsessed with black male genitalia for whatever reason, which again, if that's the boat that you're in, it's whatever it is. You should just be honest about it, but you're not. It's diabolical in nature. So Jake said, "You're such a dumbass. None of the people or family you ever knew was a slave. Shut up." Well, I guess you know what, you're right, Jake. Just like how y'all like to say that like slavery never existed and happened, there was no such thing as Irish or Scottish slaves. Because whenever we have the argument about slavery, don't y'all happen to pipe up and basically state that, you guys weren't the only slaves. Us whites, Europeans, we were slaves too. That sounds like a victim mentality. Why would you want to put yourself in a box with other victims? That don't make any type of sense. That don't make no type of sense. If you got a group of people over here crying, why would you as a passerby decide that, you know what, I'm living life good and minding my own business? Wait, they're over here crying? Hold on, no. I need some attention on me. Let me start getting into this box and cry even louder than them. That'll show them. And that's the main point that y'all try to bring up. And it doesn't really work out like that. And like I said before, it's crazy to me for the white folks out there where y'all want to arm yourselves up in your white communities, but you are mainly getting jacked up by your own men in those communities, including your police. And I've covered story for the white folks out there. I want you to understand, right? I understand what it's like to have the police actually go after you, because I've covered a lot of videos where the cops have come directly onto your property, decided to go over the law, go over your rights, go into your house, arrest you in your house, go through your fence that is locked and gated, open the gate, go into your door, force your door open into your house, and just arrest you and do whatever it is that they want. And I'll showcase those videos to have white people understand that, I see you. I see what it is that's going on here. But, I started to realize that no matter how much information that you show to white people, they don't actually care. Because they're like, we don't care about that. Yeah, it happens. But those are individuals and individual things. But the blacks, anytime this happens to the blacks, it has to sit up and happen. Even if it's a black innocent man locked up right now, he's locked up for something that he's done. We just didn't catch him. And I'm like, damn, the gymnastics that y'all sit up there and do in order to justify an injustice because you want it to happen, or you think that it's deserved because of some preconceived notion that you have about a group of people, is diabolical in nature. It's almost within the same vein as how you guys get mad at us when we say that all of y'all are racist. All white people are racist. And then y'all turn around and y'all be like, no, we're not all racist. How could you generalize? How could you sit up there and say that about a whole group of people? How would you like it if we said the same? Y'all been saying the same things. Y'all done called us the N-word. Y'all done called us every derogatory. Matter of fact, y'all the main ones that came up, and the only ones that came up with these derogatory terms, stereotypical terms. We didn't do it. You did it. We didn't really start coming up with stuff up until later, to be honest. But like I said, no matter how long we carry on directly with this specific conversation, you don't want to specifically speak on what the real issue directly is. And again, I've said this before. It's crazy. Somebody said, dude, stop crying. I mean, so where are the tears? Right? It's a difference between me actually speaking versus you going out into the sun and getting sunburned and then having to potentially get treatment because you might have skin cancer. Now, that's a crying situation. That's a crying shame. That's a crying shame, right? There's going to be a lot of tears directly on that. It's going to be a lot of care and things that you're going to have to go through. Now, me on the other hand, again, I'm not crying about a situation. I'm having a conversation. I'm talking, but it'd be like that. Somebody says, sorry about the low IQ fellas. Another person said, stop whining about white people. We're doing great. You blacks need to worry about yourselves. So how is that, how you said before that whites are doing so great? How is that working out for the country? How is that working out for the job market when it deals with white folks and the outsourcing that white folks allowed to take place in the United States, in these United States, and you allow that to take place by either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, and also by their lobbyists, and also by the rich, and also by the elites? How is all of that basically going out for you? Because last time I checked, Bill Gates is working his way to owning the most farmland directly out here, and I'm pretty sure that's not really the person that you really want to own farmland, right? This is Microsoft. He's software. He can write codes. You really want him writing code for your vegetation? Huh? You want him to program that directly up for you? And I'm pretty sure he's going to program something else right in there as well, too. Shout out to Soil and Green, though, because I'm pretty sure it's going to reach a moment in time where that will become a true story. I'm pretty sure. That's some diabolical. It's diabolical. And the beautiful part is black people, we do worry about ourselves, right? Because we have somebody that agrees with Cut, right? Because Old Glory was like, cut it out, has a very valid point. Let me show you this very valid point, right? So to the white folks out there, let me know, what did Martin Luther King do in order for you to take his life? What did he specifically do that was so horrendous that you had to take his life? What did Malcolm X do specifically that hurt you so bad that you had to take his life? What did Muhammad Ali do so bad that you had to jail him and strip him of his world titles? I'm just saying. Just saying. Like, it's diabolical. Diabolical in nature. Somebody said Hollow Earth is full of MAGA. The midterms are MAGAs. Trump will serve 3 terms. No hope for you. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It 100% be like that. And I did sit up there and tell people, what was it, the dude's name? O'Reilly, Ogilvy, whatever. I forgot. There was a conservative Republican that was trying to rewrite certain things so that Trump. Wait, what? Huh. Well, shout out to Sham. I didn't know. I didn't know at this moment in time. I got you though. I got you. Let me see. Somebody said what? Boy. Shelley said the hate will never stop if rhetoric like this continues. Which rhetoric are we specifically talking about? Which rhetoric are we talking about? Let me know. Somebody said you're pinning MLK on me. I wasn't even born. You didn't hear what I said up there and specifically stated. I said, let me repeat, what specifically did MLK do in order for white folks to take his life? I'm just waiting. Because during that same timeline, you had, correct me if I'm wrong, a sitting president that sat up there and said that black people will not have a black messiah. The only way that will happen is if we give them a black messiah. Right, which is basically a black person that the government controls, and not one that is organic, that is from the community, that is of the community. Right? Just saying. Just trying to, sit up there and point out some stuff, but I see that people don't want to pay attention and listen. Just saying. Just saying. But anyways, now we're going to swap it directly over to a whole nother situation, because this is why I did title the video like shooter at the Dallas ICE detention center and more. So now we're going to come down to that and more part, right? And we're going to deal. Matter of fact, I can play this video, right? Let me just play this video for you guys, and let's just see what you guys notice, right?
She told me, oh, that kid, you need to chill out. That has nothing to do with that. You're kicking my seat. There's a whole bunch of y'all on the seat, and y'all see it smushed, kicking the shit out of me. I'm the only one right here. All right, am I tripping, bro? I'm gonna ask you to tell me, both getting irritated. You talk to me like I'm a child. I'm a grown-ass man. He decided not to say nothing. He decided not to say nothing. I can be all that. I can be all that. I promise you, I'm a grown-ass man, and I paid my flight like everybody else paid my flight. It's not your seat. Your seat is up there.
That's his seat. My seat.
Oh,
My
it's
seat.
not your
Either
seat.
way, my baby
I
would
just
be
heard
right
y'all
here.
talk about
Either
y'all
way,
seat.
he would be
I
right
just
here.
heard y'all talk about y'all seat.
Regardless of my seat, not her seat. So either way, he
I
would be
don't
right
give a
here.
fuck.
Okay?
I don't give a fuck when I asked calmly, you could have told me something else other than trying to act like I'm tripping about my seat. I paid my seat. That's not how you respond to somebody. That's not how you respond to somebody.
Regardless of the fact you
We get there, we're going over there.
So we saw that, right? So the original disagreement is a few things. Number one, supposedly the woman wasn't even supposed to be sitting there. She decided to trade seats with somebody else, right? Number two, her and the kid or whatever were basically kicking the dude's seat. They asked him repeatedly, could you stop? All this other type of stuff. Decided not to do that. So this is why you saw the dude, in a sense, blowing up, right? So let me just rewind this real quick, because I see some comments directly up there. At least the main part of where the clip basically started. Notice who was the one that's trying to be highly aggressive and the one that is sitting there directly calm, right? Let's look at that again. Right? So you got that woman sitting up in that chair trying to wrestle with this dude, trying to basically put hands and hit him. And again, I want to sit up there and showcase the fact that nobody else is stepping in to try to help out that black guy. But who do we see that pops directly into the scene when it deals with trying to get this under control? Let's look at the hands of the model minority directly to the left side of the screen. Look at how the Asian man, let me see if I can kind of, zoom that in. Look at how the Asian man decided that, oh, I'm about to sit up and get this black man under control. And then you heard people directly on a plane saying, no, get that woman directly under control. And you can clearly see him to be like, oh, okay, brother, my bad. Hey, this, that, and the third and whatnot. Like, he's not trying to sit up there and put no hands directly on that woman. He wasn't trying to sit up there and stop her from wiggling and moving and all this. Like, that's the stuff that black people be talking about all the time. Even if black people are trying to act as calm as possible, no matter how other people are acting, you can even look at the comments. You'll see people trying to still give a reason, still trying to theorize and find a reason. They still want to be like, oh, you blacks, you guys are violent, you guys are this, you guys are that, and all this other type of stuff, and rah, 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 and all this stuff. I'm like, that's wild to me. That is wild. That is 100% wild out here. Wait, who's that? Hey, Ms. Brown. What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Somebody else went down to the comment section talking about the 13% of the population. I'm not even going back over that. You have to catch me on a better day when I feel like going over stats again. I done did that for about 3 to 4 live streams. So you can peel back on those and do it. Like I said, some crazy work. Oh, we got some people saying, "Am I racist?" That's up to you. That is clear cut up to you. That is up to you. If that is your vision, if that is how you see it, I mean, I'm that's whatever it is. That's some crazy work. Wow. This person was like, wait, so you want him to put his hands directly on a woman? You sound dumb. That's not what I said. I'm talking about to get her under. Like, what are people just stupid out here? I'm talking about getting somebody directly under control. Under control. Meaning, instead of you trying to strong arm a black dude that's trying to stop this woman from basically slapping him and hitting him in the face and probably poking him in his eyes, yo, help him get that woman under control. Help calm her down. Like I said before, I keep trying to tell people, like, the restraint that a lot of men have when it deals with situations like this is immense, because that could not have been another man trying to potentially wiggle and even try to position himself as if he was going to try to hit that black man. Oh, it would have been a full on fight on the airplane. Like I said, that's the type of restraint that most men have when it deals with women doing stuff like that, but you can't tell that to a lot of people. It's crazy work. It is crazy work. Somebody said if that man is defending himself, he can by all means put his hands on anyone, woman or otherwise. No, that's true. That is true. That is 100% true. That is 1,000% true. But like I said before, even no matter how wrong that woman is, you will have people decide to defend her versus the black man. And again, this goes into the whole aspect where people, oh, you blacks are violent, you hate whites and anybody else that's not you. He didn't sit up there and slap her. He didn't sit up there and knock her out. He didn't give her a body shot. He didn't give her a kidney blow. He didn't do none of that. He didn't do none of that. He simply restrained her, and she was still trying to wiggle and use weight, and she was standing up in the chair trying to force her weight directly on. Like, that's crazy. That's 1,000% crazy. But even still with that, people are like, it's the blacks. It's the blacks. They were like, it's not to deal with race in it, but I see, erratic and crazy people all the time, but I'm just not going to engage with them, and the problem, it situates itself. I don't need to get physical with anybody. It's always the blacks. I'm like, that's wild. That's 1,000% wild, but it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. But anyways, now we're going to move on into a whole nother instance, and I have to do this, and I'm going to do it from both sides, try to be as even as possible directly on this. Because on a previous video, let me see if I can actually get the comment, because I want to let you guys know what I'm specifically responding to so that we're all on the same page, right? So I had a video that said moving dangerously, right? It's not a flex. And I had a comment from this individual here. Let me just get that directly for y'all. So this is the response portion directly of this, but we're going to hit two birds with one stone just to do it, right? So this is the comment that this person basically wrote on that story, because when it dealt with the videos that I posted, you had what could be deemed as a Black American male kissing several Caucasian women, right? Quote unquote, living the high life, right? And then in another instance, you had an African dude sitting up there stating that there's no racism and all this other type of stuff in Russia. Russia is safe. Everything is just peaceful. They don't care what you are and all this other type of stuff, right? And I simply just told people, for especially the men out there, that, don't believe in this whole facade. Don't allow people to lead you into a trap. Now, some people are willing to be led into a trap. That's on them. But for the others directly out there, don't allow past instances or your emotions to lead you into a dummy mission of which you're not going to return from. It's a one-way ticket, right? And I had this person sit up there and try to tell me, I mean, obviously they must be into interracial dating and whatnot or whatever, to each of their own, right? No problem, right? I don't have a problem with those who are doing it quietly, minding their own business, and they're not just trying to put it and showcase it in everybody's face. I have a problem with those who say that they're happy, but at the same time, they just want to post it everywhere in everybody's face. And then they want to just ultra smile like they just never seen another person a day in their life. Like that type of stuff is weird and crazy to me, and it makes it seem as though that you're not specifically with that person for genuine means, right? So the next comment that the person wrote is that, oh, I gotta actually go excuse me, I gotta go to, I think it's newest, and then I gotta scroll all the way down to the bottom so I can gather this comment. It's going to be a little bit smaller, a little bit difficult to see at this moment in time. Matter of fact, and I'll put my response directly with it as well too. Let me just try to do that, because again, I try to look at things as even as possible, but you can't help out a lot of people. I don't know what to tell you. So the main thing I stated directly in that comment section, which is crazy, that in both of these instances, when I happen to, well, you might have to turn your phone sideways to see it because it's just going to end up being small. But in the one instance, the person basically said that I'm mad that white women or whatnot aren't giving me no attention and all this other type of stuff. And I said, I don't care about that. It's like, I'm not even sure. I like, and this is why I said, like, if that's your claim to fame, then so be it. Like, you're popular with white girls. That's not difficult. I mean, if you're black, that's not difficult at all. I mean, a lot of other guys have been with white women as well too. I mean, if that's the flex of, if that's the currency now, I guess you're winning. You got it. But like I said before, the two main groups that I've heard that have always came directly to my platform and told me that, oh, you're just jealous because nobody wants you and nobody's giving you no attention. I've heard this both from divestors, which are specifically black women who date outside and hate black men. Again, there's a complete difference where you have black women that are just off doing their own thing. They're dating whoever it is that they want to sit up there and date, but they're fine and dandy, and they're not just trying to parade it around as if it's just like some new toy or a trophy. Like I said, it's two different areas directly there, right? But again, I'm pointing this directly towards the divestor group and to the black guys out there into the interracial, and they just want to be dancing, shucking and jiving and doing all of this other type of weird stuff that they wouldn't normally naturally sit up there and do. Sort of like when you see Travis Hunter at his wedding and he's sitting up there dancing on his wife. I don't know what type of dance that was. The way that he was just like smiling, I'm like, bro, you need to just tone that down. Like, you're doing way too much. But like I said, some people are going to sit up there and learn the hard way when it deals with a lot of their choices. So what I want to start off by doing is that I'm going to allow a white woman to speak on all of this, and we're going to look at that. Let me just do that.
There were a lot of comments on this last video I wanted to respond to, but this one in particular, I wanted to make sure to make a video response because yes. And how sick is it that the bond or the common thread between these specific black men that say they do not date black women and prefer to date white women and non-black women, the common thread between them and the white women and non-black women they choose is our disdain, our jealousy of black women. Because that's what it is. Our hatred for black women is just our jealousy, right? Why do we try to emulate black women at every turn? Get lip filler, get braids, tan our skin, get BBLs. We hate black women because we're not them. We hate black women because they possess so much of what we don't have. And I'm fortunate enough to be and have been in community with many black women who are friends, more like sisters, have been mentored, loved on, and taught, cared for by Black women in particular. And that's why I know what I know. So no one with my complexion wakes up and knows this on our own. But I do know if we take time to listen and learn, if we take time to look in the mirror, get honest with ourselves, we'll pay attention to what Black women have been saying. So I know a lot of the comments underneath that video have been, we've been telling y'all. Yes, Black women have absolutely been telling us. We just need to listen. All right, this is a topic I have stayed away from, but I think it's time. And I'm not going to get deep into it, but I do want to say this. Black men in particular who say that they prefer white women, they prefer to date white women, it's not because they think we are more attractive, because let's be honest, we already know we're not. Like toe to toe, if you line up 10 white women and 10 Black women, objectively speaking, you're going to find more genuine beauty, organic beauty in Black women. It's not that these men think we are more attractive. It's that they know that we are not going to hold them accountable in the same way. When a Black man starts listing off why he doesn't date Black women, why he doesn't partner with a Black woman, almost all of the time, it's the traits that have to do with them being firm and knowing who they are, knowing what they deserve, and holding these men accountable and holding them to task. A lot of times men decide that they want to venture away from dating Black women because they do not want to be accountable. It's not because they find us more attractive. They want the easy way out.
White women.
So we heard that, right? So like I said before, I will have a solo video directly about this, because obviously I got some guys out there that are, in a disagreement with the statements and the things that I say, but you ain't going to disagree with her though. that's the one thing that I oddly enough, when it deals with both sections of divestors and guys who are, boastful about their interracial relationships, I never see them happen to go against their said preference. And I'm talking about for both sides. When it deals with Black men and Black women, I never see them actually talk negatively, specifically about their preference, because they know better. They know better. That's supposed to be the promised land. That is the promised road. That is the greenest pasture of pastures. Right over here, when you're dealing with other Black sides, brown grass. When you go over there, it's a field of flowers and daisies. It's roses. It's everything over there. That's some crazy work. But she's sitting up here saying a whole bunch of stuff about Black men, though. And she's saying that she's a white woman that has obviously dated Black guys, and they've explained why it is that they prefer white women over why it is that they don't prefer, Black women, and da 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 da, and all this other type of stuff. Crazy work. It's diabolical. That is diabolical. But again, I wonder, for a lot of those guys out there that always disagree with me, what are they going to have to sit up there and say about said preference? This is said preference, right? And it's crazy. It has to get to this point. And I've talked about this before, but I can actually showcase in a sense the face. It's crazy that it has to get to this point where it's like, this is what I have to sit up there and do in order to technically get people to pay attention and basically shut the fuck up. Like, it's crazy to me. She admitted herself that she is not in the same light as Black women, right? But somehow, some way, she still gets Black men directly out there. And this is why I said before, within the Black community, you got a lot of Black folks out there that go through a lot of trauma. They deal with a lot of things that they don't want to go seek therapy and help specifically for. You have a lot of Black folks out there that specifically hate themselves. This is why they seek the love and affection from other people. It doesn't matter if it came directly from friends. It doesn't matter if it came from their family, their own parents, or the specific relationships of individual people that they decided to specifically pick out. They don't want to seek any type of help for that. So the easiest way to sit up there and do it is to go to somebody else, act differently, and treat them differently versus how you would treat your own people. And then you're going to come up with this epiphany. Oh my God, everything is so much better directly over. Yeah, I bet it is better because you ain't talking the same way that you would normally talk to other black folks. Your mouth ain't sitting up there moving. You ain't being as aggressive, right? You ain't trying to cuss people out back and forth and all this other type of stuff. You're not so resistant. And people make it seem like when they're not with other people that they don't switch up and change. Nah, yeah, they do. They do. Like I said, the way that people start talking and start moving, it's a drastic difference. Drastic difference. And every black person out here has seen it. Like I said, I done been in enough parties online throughout my years to hear these things transpire and take place. And I'm like, yo, that's wild to me. And I'm talking about specifically to the guys that are like, yo, they hate or have a loathing or dislike black women. I'm like, dog, you got a problem with your mom, your aunt, your sister, grandmother, whoever it is, whatever important women that were in your life that treated you wrong. That's where that trauma is basically stemming from and coming from. That's what that is. Or the specific black woman that you decided to be directly with, that's where that trauma and everything is coming directly with. And this is why I sit up there and say, for like both black men and women, y'all need to do better and start picking better. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell y'all. A lot of y'all are too hurt. A lot of y'all need therapy, and a lot of y'all are too old to be doing this. And then on top of that, y'all want to create kids out of these situations. So your hurt is now going to be the burden of that child, that interracial child. So not only do they got to sit up there and figure out who they identify as, not only do they got to try to figure out if the white side is going to accept them or the black side, not only do they got to try to figure out if they're going to accept themselves for who it is that they are or decide to rebrand themselves, not only do they got to try to go out here and be a biracial person and try to find love in this world, but they also got to deal with the trauma of your unhealed burden that you pass directly onto that child. Like, that's crazy to me. And this is why I sit up there and tell people like, yo, a lot of y'all are selfish. A lot of y'all are selfish. Somebody said, bro, what are you talking about? So let me just go back real quick. I don't got no problem with going back. So this is the point in time in the video in a live stream that I'm like, yo, I'm just going to do a live response video to the comment that I got here. There was like at least 2 comments that I got from some guys that obviously felt a certain type of way about me trying to give a warning to black men on not going on a fool's errand, on a fool's run, because in a lot of instances of what I've covered, a lot of black men don't make it back. A lot of black men out here have died from their preference, or they have suffered consequences. But I, as a black man, I'm trying to give a warning, right? I try to, bat signal, smoke flare, whatever it is. But, people don't want to listen. They want to be the utmost resistant. So that's in a sense what I'm referring to and what I'm talking about. Right? So you said, if I respond to closed ears, you'll never be heard. I mean, that's true. That's true. But the thing is, it's not so much about the closed-minded people. It's the people that's halfway listening, right? Because if a person is halfway listening, something is there. Something is reaching. You can still get something directly through, right? You can still get, something directly through to that person, right? Because in a lot of instances, people sit up there and say like, oh, nobody cares about black people and da-da-da, all this. Yeah, you got people that care, but it's just the fact that those other people don't care enough about themselves to actually save themselves. So in a sense, for all intents and purposes, me, myself doing this type of content is a fool's errand, because I know at the end of the day how it's going to end up. I know at the end of the day what people are going to specifically say. And it's the exact same thing that they said for like the last 5 or 6 years. But, it'd be like that. So again, I'm not going to be able to reach people of, an older generation or my generation. Hopefully content like this will reach the younger generation so that they don't be as stupid as the older folks directly out there or the ones giving birth to them. That's at least my hope, because the younger generation are way more receptive of information than older generations. And that's just facts. I don't care what nobody got to say. Because when it deals with information and stuff, young folks are way more receptive, and they retain the information, and they'll actually like walk with that for a minute. before they decide, okay, maybe I might throw this away, or maybe I might throw half away. You try to tell somebody older what it is that they should do or how it is that they should protect themselves. They'll be like, man, get out of my face. Don't be trying to tell me nothing. All this. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. Ms. Brown said it takes a tragedy to wake up. Some people need a life-changing experience. I mean, that's true, but for me, I'm like, it shouldn't, go to the point of people are dying. And I've covered both black men and women dying, but yet both sides don't want to talk about that. Like I said, this is the exact same way I talk about this. This is how I talk about the Democrats and Republicans. People don't see it though. But again, this is how, I tend to try to do content. But when I do it separately, people don't want to look back and forth at the different content. So, it forces me to, in a sense, do it like this, where everything is going to just be all there. Because sometimes I try not to do a long video, but it'd be like that. You said why they're more receptive, because the generation can't think for themselves. No, that's because they're not stupid. Like I said, I can point out that the younger generation can do some ignorant things, and that's because they're young. Everybody who is young and a part of a young generation, you've seen dumb stuff within your generation. I don't care if you were like from Happy Days, Pleasantville, Wally Cleaver, Leave It to Beaver, the Partridge Family. I don't care if you're from any of those eras. That even during those times, you still had stupid people that were young doing just like stuff they ain't had no business doing. You had people getting pregnant at 14, 13, 15, all that. So like I said, people can miss me with all that, right? The main thing is to try to get to them, because obviously other adults are not trying to sit up there and get to them. Like I said, a lot of adults are the main reason why we don't even have sex education in high schools anymore, because y'all are too stupid. You don't want no other adult teaching your kids about sex education, but neither do you want to sit up there and teach your kids about sex education. So this is why you got high STD rates. This is why you got high pregnancy rates. This is why you got the amount of rates of kids having intercourse at young ages, because you refuse to do the job that is actually necessary, and you want to hide behind something else. But then when everything goes wrong, you want to sit up there and just try to blame everybody else. Nah. Like I said, I've watched as parents sat up there and argued, come down to schools and be like, oh no, I don't want another adult teaching my kids about sex and sex education. I'll do it myself. Come to find out some years later, that same child that they were quote unquote going to teach sex education to ended up pregnant. How'd that work? I don't want the school teaching my kids about drugs, and I'll sit up there and do it. And then your child, a year or two later, while still being in high school, overdosed. No longer here. How did that work out? Like I said, a lot of people choose not to sit up there and listen. A lot of people choose not to listen, and they choose to sit up there and risk a lot of lives because they have so much ego and pride. Because they feel or think that they know better, and they don't. They feel that they can do better, and they can't. This is why a lot of y'all kids are out here dying at this moment in time, and you can't do nothing about it. A lot of y'all right now got kids out here buried. How's this working out? Y'all didn't want the schools to sit up there and talk about sex education. Y'all didn't want the schools to, really try to intervene when they dealt with the bullying situation and all this. How did that sit up there and work out? Because I'm looking at all of these stories, even that I've covered. Parents sitting up there every single day burying their kids. It could be from normal bullying at schools, cyberbullying, a combination of both, even being bullied at home by way of the parents, by way of the families. Kids being peer pressured into alcohol, into drugs. And the end result is a lot of parents got to bury their kids. Like I said, it's crazy work. But going back to what I said before, this message is going to fall on deaf ears when it deals with adults, because a lot of adults are stupid. There's no other way I can sit up there and put it. And for the person that sat up there and said that the younger generation can't think for themselves, what does that then say for the adults of now that are highly conservative, that decided to do the whole J6 thing? How did that work out, right? Was that the younger generation, or was that the older generation? Was that people in their 40s and 50s and 60s going directly to federal buildings and trying to get to the White House and do all of these things? Or was that the younger generation? Was that the 15-year-olds, the 16-year-olds, the 18 and 19, the 20, the 25 year? Was that the younger generation or was that the older generation? Oh, okay, I thought so. Like I said, it's crazy to me to sit up there and say that the younger generation, they can't think for themselves, but a lot of older adults that are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s are nothing but followers. And they decide that they want to sit up there and listen to all of these political faces that are supposed to represent them, but they only represent the best interest, which is the elites, which is money, which is businesses. While feeding you trash, regurgitating trash, and you're eating it up as a grown adult, but yet you know better. You know how to think for yourself, though, right? That's crazy. That's diabolical. But anyways, like I said before, let's continue on to the next video. And right, this is the section specifically dealing with the black guys out there. I just before this, let me see if I can speed this up just a little bit here.
It's not because they find us more attractive,
right?
They want the easy way out.
So the video that we're going to the video that we're going to see here, I want people to focus on. I'm not really worried about the melanated woman that's going to be sitting up there talking and laughing about this whole story. I'm not even worried about her. For the black guys out there that think that they're smarter than the average bear, that the park ranger ain't going to sit up there and catch you, I want you to pay very special attention to what the white woman is going to tell the black guy sitting next to her at the restaurant. On video, mind you.
White women, watch this video and I'll be right back. Black men, you could watch it too. Let's watch this.
Stop looking at my phone. But you don't understand. Are you hard of hearing?
Right. So if I slap you right now, are you calling the cops?
If you, first of all, okay, as soon as you reach to try to slap, I box. So I know when to leave some shit.
Who are the cops gonna believe, me or you? Okay, so please stop and be blocked. That's the face I was making the whole time. I'm just being honest though, like, the only thing that's gonna help you is witnesses.
I got my sister right here.
Cause I'm putting on the best fucking sob story I could ever put on in my life.
It's on stream, dickhead.
She said if the police was called, who do you think they would believe? Me or you, black man? She said that she would cry and do one of the greatest performances she could have ever done to make sure that the police believed her over the black man, even if she's the one that's in the wrong. And the only thing he could say is, oh, well, I have you videotaped. Thank goodness for camera phones. Oh my God. That is a perfect example of how white women understand their white privilege. Anywho, let me know your thoughts in the comment section. Remember, diversity equal power. We can change the world when we work together and protect black women. She said that shit out loud.
Are not going to hold it.
Right. So we
help you as a witness.
Right. She said that she's going to put on the best performance. So for the black guys out there that think that they are smarter than the average bear, I guess that this white woman is saying that she's going to cry so that nothing happens to you. She's going to call the police and everything of the sort, but she's going to cry to make sure nothing happens. She's going to cry for your safety. Whenever I happen to do these videos, I've noticed that a lot of times that a lot of people that tend to disagree with me, they never happen to show up to these live streams where I would actually love them to be, or they tend to stay silent. Because if I showcase stuff like this, it goes against a lot of narratives and they can't really break this down. Because I'm like, you're looking at a white woman say this to a black man. What can you tell me? She said that she will lie on you. Isn't that not the same thing that happened to quite a few young black boys and black men in the past, where they have lost their lives? Emmett Till? Just saying. Isn't that how a lot of black cities and towns were burnt down? Because women like her decided that they couldn't get their way, and that she knew that nobody was going to sit up there and believe them. So all she had to do is lie, and she can bring everything down to ashes, and they did it. But you think that you're smarter than the average bear, and you think that God is going to sit up there and protect you while you're walking on a dangerous path that you led yourself directly onto. Okay. You got it. You 100% got it. You 100% got it. But what I won't do is I'm not going to be like this person here and decide that it's all fun and games. And I'm going to laugh about it because, again, I've showcased videos where you've had women like this that more than likely have a type of hatred and or disdain for black men, and decided that this is the type of energy that they want to give these types of things. Because, again, we are dealing with something that's actually serious. For me, I don't really find anything funny about that because she was dead serious. She could literally get that man taken off of this plane of existence. So for me, I don't find anything funny, because I'll put it to you like this, where I'm going to do it in reverse. And I'm going to, let me see if I put the video directly up here. I'm going to allow this black woman to basically explain it, because I'm pretty sure that how this woman is smiling, she's not and would not be smiling when it deals with these stories. So let's just listen and take a look.
Don't have standards for Zaddy. They got standards for black men, but they don't have none of that astronomical, super duper expectations, crazy stuff. They don't have that for Zaddy. They have it for you, black men. You got to jump through hoops. See, black women will tell black men that I'm not going to settle. So her standards are non-negotiable. They go completely out the window when a white man come along. What standards? He could be anybody. He could be a bum. He can do anything. He can be anything. He can be nothing. And she'll go for it. She'll go for it. She'll pick me for him. That's why she got all them standards for you. You're not a man to begin with to the modern hyena. You are a slave to them. Remember, they overseers that identify with Zaddy. So you're a slave.
That's a crazy picture.
So you as black men got to prove that.
Oh, let me just freeze that right there. Let me just freeze that right there. Somebody explain this picture. Somebody explain if there is. No, I'm not even going to ask for that, because a lot of people are just in the background chilling. I'm not even going to sit up and ask for that. But I just need somebody to explain this picture for me. So you got this white dude sitting up there smiling. Basically got some of this black girl's hair directly in his clenched fist. Got a plate directly in front of her face, and she got her tongue out. As if what is so is she like a dog? Is she a pet? Somebody let me know what that is, because I like I said, I'm a black man all day. I don't know what this means. I don't know. I mean, I do know what it means. I do know what websites people do stuff like this on, but I'm just saying, for all intents and purposes, for other people that might not know about this stuff, what specifically is this? Riot 72 said it was a TikTok trend. Word? That was a trend? I must have missed that one. I must have missed that one. So I guess that's supposed to be what, like a head on a plate or something like that? That's crazy. That's diabolical. We got Sarah Bartman. That technically she was literally just that, dissected and everything. Right? And you got women like her online making light of a lot of things of how it is that they were being treated historically. Like I said, you want to, in a sense, try to, and she looks young. I just want to note that she looks young, and it's like you want to try to inform people. Dare I say, you may want to try to save people, but again, everybody ain't worth saving. And everybody don't need you to save them. Some people are just born to be just that, which is an example. And it sucks to actually say that, but I've been seeing this. I've been doing this for too many years. And I'm like, it just has to be the case when it deals with both black men and black women. A lot of y'all just got to be examples. Because I got nothing else for you. Because you can sit up there and go down the same road 99 times wrong, and you want to still go down the exact same path, thinking that, okay, well, by the time I get to 100, I know it's going to be right. It's the same thing. But now this time you're not going to have a chance after 100. It's done. It's over. But let's keep going.
That you can come out of slave status to get to her level or above. Ain't that right, hyenas? Black men got to prove that he can get out of slave status to be on your level or above. But the reality is, in your mind, the only one above you is master. And black men will never be William Cartwright. Black men.
Wait. Somebody said conflating things like this is weird. These people aren't the average. Get off the internet. Right. So we all see that comment, right? So then let's look back at these two people. That's average. I don't know what are you smoking rocks? Did you not see the massa challenge that was happening on TikTok? All of those people look like this, basic, every day. There is nothing extraordinary about these two people here. I could walk down and go to a local mall or whatnot and see two people that look relatively within the exact same look area. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Anyways, let's continue. Let's just continue.
He got to spend a ton of money. They got to be fine. He got to be fine. Okay? Not a little cute. He got to be so fine that you somewhere about to jump out your drawers. But he got to be entertaining. He got to be funny. He got to be charming. He got to be this. He got to be that. He got to take care of your kids or at least feed them on the first date. If you got, 2, 3 kids, you expect him to take you on an expensive date and you expect him to pay for food to go so you can feed your kids and your mama. That's at the house.
Right? So we got D-Money said, so y'all are just going to ignore the first few pictures? Oh, yeah. Yo, that's what normally happens. Hold on. Let me just play this on silence. Let me just play this directly on silence. Right? RIP to all of those women who ended up losing their lives. I just want to sit up there and say that. I mean that in the most respectful way. RIP. Because like I said, things like this should not necessarily happen. But things like this do happen because people choose not to pay attention. And you have a lot of people out here that think that the grass is greener on the other side. And I also want to note that when it deals with a lot of these situations where black women lose their lives, I don't see a lot of women who are divestors. And I'm talking about the ones who hate black men. I don't see them holding these women's names up. Because a lot of these women I didn't know anything about. I did not even see these women before. About probably 3 to 4 of them I have done stories directly on. But the other ones up here that's passing by, I'm like, yo, what is happening? I'm like, how come all of those channels that hate black men, so why are they not sitting up there talking about these women losing their lives to their preference? Like, what's going on? Like, how is that even like, bro, what? But yeah, D-Money, whenever stuff like this, whenever videos like this come up, people will decide that they will opt to not pay attention to the several screenshots that are flashing directly through, because that's specifically showing you how much they actually don't care. If I showcased a video in comparison where it was black men that lost their lives to their significant other, to their preference, then you would sit up there and see, rah, all this other type of stuff directly in the comment section. Now people want to sit up there and pay attention. Like I said, selective outrage. People want to, move the goalposts and all this other type of, like I said, it's crazy work out here, man. But the main thing is you want to try to warn people and inform them of things that are going on. Right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the other side, right? So the videos that you're going to see are black men that have come into contact with a Karen, whatever it is that you want to call it, and the police. And how it is that these women or individuals, right, have weaponized the use of the police because they want to try to make a claim is that, oh, they're just this, this white woman that's just innocent and this, that, and the third. And, I don't know what to do. This big, scary black man. I need the white officers to get down here stat, right? You're going to see that. And especially in this video where this woman is going to specifically lie on camera about damages that never existed. because it was a black man next to her in the car. So pay attention.
Ridiculous. Where's the damage? Allegedly.
So if you opened your car and you tested that it's fine, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I know, but why would you just assume that I did the damage, ma'am?
Because I saw out my window the two of you whipping the door shut.
But where's the damage at, ma'am?
Right here, I just saw that.
Let's let her go home.
And it's okay.
Come on, sir. That's ridiculous, though. Like, where's the damage?
So I'm saying
There's no
that
damage, though.
There is no damage.
I know, but you just came out here and said that you said you seen the door and it was hitting the door.
This little dent must have been from a different
Yes,
time.
ma'am. But that's not what you said when you came out, ma'am.
Yep, because I assumed
I know, that's ridiculous, though. You were about to take a whole statement, though.
Already resolved. Let's let her go home.
I know, but you were about to take a whole statement, though.
Terrence, we're not doing this.
That's
okay?
ridiculous.
You can go home.
I'm glad I tested it, though.
Yeah.
Because if she would have drove away, you would have run a whole statement, though.
But then we would have checked it.
How we would have checked it? There's no cameras.
Right there.
But that doesn't show this door hitting that, though.
I get that, but you can still show the door fully open.
Come on, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're being ridiculous.
How am I? I'm protecting myself. I'm being ridiculous. I'm protecting myself. I mean, I'm glad I just did the basic investigation work.
Yeah, I would have too.
No, you wouldn't have. This is, man. Don't worry about it. Y'all got a hell of a lawsuit coming on me, bro. That's ridiculous right there. You was about to make her do a full false police report. Can you charge her for doing a false police report?
I am not going to charge you.
I know. Don't worry about it. I got the evidence.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll do it. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I know.
So we saw that, right? The white woman straight up lied on a black man, called the police and everything to come to that scene from across the street and to find out there was no dents, no marks, no anything directly on that car. And no matter what the black man stated, the white dude was like, this is all okay. Well, it's whatever it is. Karen, you can go, directly home. I'm going back into the precinct. Everything's fine. Like I said, this is how that works. No matter how wrong they are, they will always receive protection. On video, we can clearly see that the woman lied directly on the black man. But even with video evidence, you know what people will sit up there and say. People will sit up there and say, but statistics, per capita, this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. I mean, I guess I could say per capita when it deals with those who endanger the family and do harmful things to them. It seems as though that they have a propensity, right? If you're going to say that black people have a propensity for violence and crime, cool, no problem. I'll hold that L. I'm a black man here. No problem. I'll hold that L. When it deals with crimes committed against women and families and children, white people, y'all got a max propensity. It's in a whole nother universe. Nobody can hold a candle to you. But I'm pretty sure people are going to sit up there and say, like, you shouldn't generalize all white people. Those are just individuals. But like I said, people want to sit up and say that racism, racial profile, and all these types of things don't exist. It's diabolical. Even with video evidence. Even with video evidence, the police still sat up there and made sure that she was safe and sound. That white cop did not care at all. He basically scoffed at the dude, even though he got everything recorded. He was like, yeah, I got all evidence. It's cool. I'll sit up there and, make a report. I got a police report coming. He was like, yeah, all right, sure. He don't care. Because they are not there if you're black, they are not there to protect you. They don't have the interest of you. There is no best interest. There is no love there at all. They're going to protect their people no matter how wrong they are. They're going to sweep things under the rug no matter how wrong they are. Well, like I said, it'd be like that, though. Let's continue.
For what? Do you know I work here?
Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
Do you know I work here? This is my bike.
Okay.
So what did I do for you to approach me and then tell me that put my hands behind my back?
Sir.
What are you arresting me for?
How's it going, man? Officer Lawrence, Clarkson Police Department. Put your phone down for a second. What you got in your pocket there? Is that just something hanging off your backpack? What is that, a hanger? What are you doing with that? Is this your bike?
Yes.
It's your bike? You got ID on you?
What do you mean by ID?
Because somebody saw you looking at cars, so I'm here just checking to see what's going on. You got ID on you?
Yeah, I do, but
okay,
did I do anything?
Yeah, I'm figuring that out right now. I'll take a look at your ID, though.
You don't need my ID unless I did something. Okay. Unless you're taking me in for something like that.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back right now.
For
now!
For what?
Turn around and put your hands behind your back now!
For what?
Before we get started,
108, pick it up.
please review the
You're gonna obey me, or you're gonna go on the ground.
Why do I obey you?
Because I'm giving you a lawful order.
For what?
Turn around and put
Did
your
I
hands
do
behind your
anything?
back.
Did I do anything?
Yes. Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
What did I do?
Do you want to get tased?
Excuse me?
Turn around and put
For
your
what? Do you know I work here?
Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
Do you know I work here? This is my bike.
Okay.
So what did I do for you to approach me and then tell me that put my hands behind my back?
Sir.
What are you arresting me for?
I'm not arresting you. Right now you're not cooperating with
for
me.
What?
And you're getting agitated.
You asked me for my ID.
Right.
I don't have to give you my ID.
Okay.
Unless I've done something. What have I done?
Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
For what? Are you arresting me? And for what
I'm
purpose?
detaining you.
Detaining me for what? Why are you detaining me?
You're not even listening.
What did I do for you to detain me?
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Was there a report that I stole something?
Yes.
There was a report that I stole something.
Turn around.
You just said.
You, Jody?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you?
I do. I'm over here.
Okay.
Okay, so we saw that first interaction between, now pay very close attention. The thing that got cut directly out is, of course, the assault that took place by way of the cop. That's going to get explained a little bit later in the video. So the cop could not even articulate a reason of why it is that the dude was being detained or why he was going to be arrested, why it was that he was going to be tased. He didn't want to answer that at all. He didn't want to say nothing. And I want to also state that the cop was the only one being aggressive. He was raising his voice. He wasn't trying to de-escalate or figure out nothing. He was hyping himself up, which was then in response, you saw the black male there. He was in a sense in like this precarious place where it was like, okay, well, do I hype up as well too? Or do I try to stay calm? Do I try to prepare for the inevitable? Or do I try to do some type of mediation to calm the situation down? Again, which is not he's not supposed to be the one to do that. He's not supposed to be the factor to try to calm down a cop. The cop is supposed to be the one that knows how to talk, right? So let's look at the Karen, and this is the woman, and this is what I said again. This is the woman that called the police directly on a black man because she could not mind her own white business. So let's listen.
Mom. Okay. Is that the male that you saw? Okay. Can you get me video? Male that came to this bike, everything that he did. He's an employee. We've got a witness that saw him going into cars, and we just fought and tased him. So right there. That bike, male come to it. Where did he walk? Which cars?
The car that he got into was clear on the other end.
Okay. So you saw one male walking from all the way over there?
Clear over to here.
And that's the male that we talked to?
Yeah, I watched him. He got into 3 doors of that car, and then he just walked away and came clear over here. So I thought, well, that's not right.
Okay.
But the woman came over.
Can you start looking at that for me?
The woman came over and was kind of pissed, saying it was his car registered this now. But you said your car.
19's on scene with the...
Let me roll that back, because she said something there. I might not have caught earlier.
Away and came clear over here, so I thought, well, that's not right.
Okay.
But the woman came over.
Can you start looking at that for me?
The woman came over and was kind of pissed, saying it was his car registered.
So notice what she said. This white woman who was not minding her business decided to mind the business of a black man that has 2 vehicles. He has 1 bike. He has a car, right? He has a bike because maybe it's a nice day. The wind is out. He wants to sit up there and ride the bike. And then he has a car at the job just in case it may be like, let's say like a rainy day. Maybe the car might be put down because he needs a battery, whatever it is. But he has 2 vehicles. She even stated that a woman came over and stated that the car is registered to the black male. But she still was like, nah, that's not right. He's going from this vehicle to another vehicle. That doesn't make any sense. When did blacks, well, when were they able to sit up there and have multiple vehicles? Huh? But let's continue.
But you said your car.
19's on scene with the RP.
Both showed up. I know. I'm Brad Peters' mom.
Okay, I'm Chris.
Brad Peters' mom.
Just so you know, everything's being recorded.
Oh, okay.
You're related to a cop?
So what did he say when you...
He wouldn't say anything to me. How many cars did he look at?
Just the one.
Just the one.
Hold on. Wait. I didn't even catch that before. I didn't even catch like the whole greeting. So I'm guessing, because she was like, I'm Brad Peters' mom. I'm guessing that he is a part of law enforcement. Brad Peters. You got to be kidding me. Oh my God. Oh my God. That could also explain how the police basically got there so quick and the response that took place and happened. That explains a lot now. That explains why he was so amped to want to tase a black man. Let's continue.
Like one car far,
Like my pickup would
a
be
gray
marked.
Chevy Aveo is registered to him, the same as the bike.
Okay. He could have. Hey, from. So you saw him get into one.
Let's roll that back. Let's roll that back.
So what did he say when you?
How many? He wouldn't say anything to me. How many cars did he look at?
Just the one. But
Just the one.
Like one car far,
Like my pickup would
a
be
gray
marked.
Chevy Aveo is registered to him, the same as the bike.
Okay. He could have. Hey, from.
He could have what? What could he have done for you not to sit up there and assault and tase him? What could he have specifically told you? Because he told you he didn't have to show no identification. There was no reason for him to be detained, for you to basically hold up his day. He works at the job. He told you that multiple times. You could have sent an officer to go verify that. Didn't want to sit up there and do that. Wanted to do everything the hard way because it was a black male and somebody said that, oh, he was stealing. I wonder who did that. In comes the Karen, who has a relative or a son that is in law enforcement. Color me surprised. Color me surprised on how a white woman can just sit up there and spot something that's not even factual. And inevitably, a black man gets caught up and potentially almost had his life taken. Let's continue.
So you saw him get into one car and then walk across
Yeah,
the
so
parking.
say like my pickup was right here. That car would have been right there facing me. So I put my card away, and when he walked down this way, he walked to the passenger side, got in that door, came around this way, got in the driver's door, then got in the back. And there was a car right next to him, so he's holding his keys, but he never used a key on anything. It was all unlocked. And then I couldn't tell if he grabbed anything. But then he just walked away down this aisle and then just headed straight over here.
Okay.
So yeah, that looks like a prowl.
Right. Okay, let me get you a written statement form. If you could fill that out for me, I'd appreciate it.
Just wouldn't talk to him?
No, and then he started, like, he was just super agitated, super...
So, right. So now we're getting to the point where he's going to be talking to his partner. And you're going to see the split in the video where you hear the cop try to give his fake account of what happened. And then we're going to look back at the reality of what was said and what happened. Then we also got somebody here that said the second that you make this about race, you lose any argument. I mean, I guess, isn't that what y'all do with immigrants? Doesn't that have to do with race? Y'all sit up there and say that the immigrants are taking white jobs from white people out here and that you need to get them directly out of the country because they're taking jobs directly away from you. Isn't that about race? It sounds like it to me. So wouldn't that also apply to the exact same argument that y'all make in the United States when immigrants come over and supposedly get these jobs? Mind you, the Republican Trump administration made sure to start deporting a lot of people out of these farms from these white farmers' lands. But I don't see not nearly a white person that was complaining about these jobs being taken. I don't see none of y'all sitting up there trying to work in that hot sun, trying to toil the soil, working that dirt, collecting the fruits and the strawberries. I don't see none of y'all white folks trying to run out there and catch those jobs real quick though, right? But you said that the moment in time that I start making it about race, I lose my argument. That's what y'all always do though. You know? But I guess it's different because you're the one making the rules though, right? You got it. Wait. Hold on. So how am I jumping to conclusions? Because I already showed you two videos where two white women accused two black men of doing something that they didn't do, and those two white women decided to involve the police. Are we like lost in translation? Do people not look at reality? And for any white dude popping up here or somebody else be like, oh, well, you know, I'm not even black, but, you know, I've had people, you know, call the police on me because they said I look suspicious. You probably were. Were you around the playground? Were you around the school? You probably were suspicious. Just going to be real. That's the best way I can sit there and put it. You probably were suspicious. That's crazy. But anyways, let's continue.
Just wouldn't talk to him?
No, and then he started, like, he was just super agitated, I don't have to tell you my name. I'm like, listen, man, so right now you're being detained, and he got all jacked up, and so I'm like, okay, turn around, put your hands behind your back. I'm going to detain you. No. And then once Rabbit got here, he reached into his pocket real fast, and we went hands on at that point. We sort of danced around with him because he's a big dude like this for a while. And then finally he wrapped his arm around me, and I had my taser out already, and I tased him, and we took him down and finally got him cuffed, but we fought with him the whole time. So all he had to do
Just wouldn't talk to you?
no, and then he started, like, he was just super agitated. You got ID on you?
Why do you need my ID?
And I'm like, listen, man, so right now you're being detained.
Okay,
yeah, I'm figuring that out right now. I'll take a look at your ID, though.
You don't need my ID unless I did something.
And he got all jacked up, and so I'm like, okay, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Yeah, if you would have said that's my car, it could have been done in 2 seconds.
Okay. You can just fill this out and drop it off at PD.
Okay.
Or have Brad drop it off for us, whatever works for you. As soon as you can. I'm not sure yet.
So what did he say when...
He wouldn't say anything. I don't know anything, so I'll still get everything figured out. Yeah, me too.
Right? So you saw that, right? Shout out to Ms. Brown, said reputation equals what you think might happen. Right? Shout out for we're going to round it up to the $2 dono. So again, let's just go back over this real quick, right? We have the first instance, right, of this woman here deciding to be with a white officer, where she specifically stated that a black man damaged and scratched up the side door panel of her car. He clearly, during the video, opened up the car door, and you can clearly see that there's no way, unless he's able to pick up his car and move it away. That's the only way that door is touching. There is no way he got his door fully wide open next to hers. How did it cause any injuries or scratches to her car like she said it did in front of an officer? Lying. But y'all saying that, oh, why you got to make it about race? I'm looking at two white people. The cop is obviously on her side. He's standing directly right there with her, while the black man is sitting there by himself having to defend himself because he is guilty until proven innocent. But y'all sitting up here trying to tell me, oh, don't make it about race. The moment in time you do, you lose your argument. Everything isn't about race. Excuse me? What reality are we in at this moment in time? Are we looking and listening at the same videos? This is what I said before. Like, y'all live in a whole different reality. Like, the concept of the reality that you have is crazy. It's like, I don't even know what multiverse that you guys are even peering through, and even to still be walking in this reality as you are at this current moment in time. You're living two different realities. How is that even possible? We're looking at the same videos. We're listening audibly to the same videos, and you're still coming to the conclusion that none of this has to do with race, even though I'm clearly showing you the sides: black, white, black. The black person who is innocent is made to be the villain. The white person who has deliberately called the police in order to say that the black person is a criminal, has done something wrong, is quote unquote the victim. And in both instances, the black man was innocent. That's crazy. That's not like, it's like y'all refuse to sit up there and even look. This is what I be talking about. Even with evidence that everybody can clearly, and I wear glasses for God's sakes, even with the evidence that we have directly here, y'all still refuse to even acknowledge or see what the problem is. And y'all wonder why society in America is jacked up. You wonder why we got poor race relations in the United States. Y'all are the problem. It missed me with all of the shit where y'all want to sit up there and say that, oh, I'm not racist. Don't sit up. Nah, man, you're complicit. You're complicit. We're looking at the same videos and y'all still find some type of way to write some dumbass comments. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's go to the next video.
I'll still get everything figured out. Yeah, me too.
I don't know. It says it's a traffic warrant out of Peoria County. No.
Excuse me. Will you please be a witness for me, Ms. Gibbons, please?
You're I need to see.
I need to see what this, yeah, your body cam is going to be redacted.
Okay.
You're arresting me for a traffic warning for something that I didn't even do, but for what?
Somebody said you did. So therefore you committed a crime. That's why
What?
What I'm saying is, what is it?
Wait. Let's rewind that real quick. I want everybody to hear that. Listen very carefully to what the male cop tells to the black man about the warrant and potentially, like, basically, you know, being arrested and charged, right?
You're arresting me for a traffic warning for something that I didn't even do, but for what?
Somebody said you did. So therefore you committed a crime. That's
You seen the door.
So we heard that, right? The cop said that somebody said that you did something. The black man was like, so you're arresting me and doing all this for a crime that I didn't commit? Well, somebody said that you did it, so therefore you committed a crime. Huh? For the white folks in there that always say that this don't have nothing to do with race, let me know in what statute and what law does that make sense? Somebody said that this black man did something, so he's going to be arrested and processed for a crime that he didn't commit. Huh? That sounds like they got to do with race. He's getting pinned. You were able to listen vocally to what a white cop told a black man. And then I had somebody in the comment section trying to say that I'm not helping the situation. Did we not just sit up there and hear a white male cop tell a black man that, hey, even though you didn't commit a crime, somebody said that you committed this crime, so therefore, because they said it, you committed said crime. Wow. I need the white people step to the front real quick. To the white people in the background that always y'all want to fix y'all face and y'all always got some prepared, please blacken this for me. Tell me the specific crime that he did like 50 years ago that he deserves to be, you know, prosecuted or processed for. Give me the crime that he did. Did he rob you? Did he rob like your grandmother? Did he rob some like little old nana or something like that? Let me know what this black man did. Let me know, white people, step up to the front, because y'all always want to sit up there and troll and pull up to the scene and say something on this platform. Step up and say something right now. Step up and say, we got 288 people here right now. White people, step to the front. Don't be shy now. Y'all wanted to sit up there and start talking and everything else like that earlier. Start stepping to the front right now with one of your white officers, with another white officer, said this in front of witnesses, that we're going to charge you for a crime that you didn't commit because somebody said that you did it, even though we don't got no proof. White people, let me know how that works. Let me know how that works. Somebody said, damn, chill. Now I ain't chilling on nothing. Y'all supposed to be chilling when that rapture was supposed to happen. I'm still waiting for that. I want to see how many of y'all gonna make it. That's what y'all need to chill off of, going all crazy online about the rapture, and it still ain't happened yet. I'm still waiting. I thought the Thanos snap was supposed to happen. It's supposed to be people that ain't even supposed to be here right now, because you know God was going to come like a thief in the night. We didn't have 2 thunderstorms already, at least in certain areas around the United States, and I ain't see no movements. I ain't see no movements. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's some, man, y'all real quiet. Y'all real quiet in the background. All the white folks that normally got something to say, even the trolls, y'all normally got something to say, but now that we got on video, your cops pinning a crime, putting an innocent black man, charging him and putting him behind bars, and one of your white female officers laughing while this process is happening, and then you got another officer behind the desk that is listening and still not doing nothing about it. 3 officers that are complicit in lying on a black man. Why y'all got nothing to say? Why y'all not speaking up? How come y'all not calling me a liar? Why y'all not trying to sit up there and tell me like, oh, you're just a race baiter. You're this, you're that. You're just racist. Just say that you hate whites. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Speak up. Pipe up now. Matter of fact, let me play that one more time, because maybe y'all hard of hearing, or maybe I didn't hear it correctly, right? Maybe he did commit a crime and I just didn't hear it, right? So let's go back. Let me just restart this real quick about this right here. Let's listen, right?
A traffic warrant for what?
I don't know. It says it's a traffic warrant.
Can I see the warrant?
No.
Excuse me, will you please be a witness for me, Ms. Gibbons, please? I need to see what this, yeah, your body camera's gonna be redacted.
Okay.
You're arresting me for a traffic warning for something that I didn't even do, but for
Well, somebody said you did. So therefore you committed a crime. That's why you have.
What I'm saying is, what is it? You're gonna learn.
Okay.
You're gonna learn.
Are you threatening me?
You're going to learn.
Are
I am
you
going to take
threatening
legal
me?
action against you. That's
Go
not
ahead.
correct. That is a promise.
There is nothing that I have
Are you
done to
threatening
violate
me?
your
This is
rights.
fucking bullshit. You're gonna learn.
Okay.
You're gonna learn.
Are you threatening me?
You're going to learn.
Are
I am
you
going to take
threatening
legal
me?
action against you. That's
Go
not
ahead.
correct. That is a promise.
There is nothing that I have done to violate your
This
rights.
is fucking bullshit. Warrant for it.
Traffic warrant out of Peoria County. I
A
just
traffic
told you.
warrant for what?
I don't know. It says it's a traffic warrant out
Can I
of
see the
Peoria
warrant?
County. No.
Excuse me, will you please,
So I just want to point out how now we're looking at two. Anybody in the background, correct me if I'm wrong, right? We're obviously in a precinct, right? They're I guess doing some paperwork about to process this dude or whatnot or whatever, so they can put him in lockup or whatever it is, right? You got all three cops, right? The white dude was like, yeah, we're going to throw you away for a crime that you didn't commit. We don't got no evidence, but somebody said that you did it, so therefore you did it, and now you're guilty, right? We don't care about you being innocent. Somebody else said that you did it, who is more than likely white, so you did it. So now you're getting locked up. White woman sitting up there smirking. So when the black dude is basically fed up, he's like, yo, you're going to learn. You're going to learn. Now she goes from being a police officer to a frail white woman being a victim. Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Are you not a cop? What are we talking about here? Which one is it? What are we doing? Are you Lois Lane of the Daily Planet that needs Superman to come save you, or are you Wonder Woman? Because you got a whole superhero utility belt directly on. She got more on her belt than Batman. So I'm like, what are you specifically afraid of? What are you scared of, white woman, of this black man that's arrested, that is in handcuffs? What are you fearful of? This is what I be talking about every single time. It don't matter how armed these women are directly out here, they will still sit up there and play victim. She's amongst her own men in the safety of the precinct. Everybody got guns. The black man has nothing. He's in handcuffs. Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Huh? Now, why would she do that? Because she wouldn't be talking to a white man like that. She wouldn't be trying to do these hysterics and, oh my God, I'm just a frail white woman. Oh, I'm scared of this big, strong, tall black man. He can do anything. He'll break through these cuffs. Oh my God, let me check him. She wouldn't sit up there and have the same voice and try this exact same thing with a white man. Oh, so I guess it does have to do with race. I guess it does have to do with race. And we're seeing how both people are working in tandem, right? We're looking at a white male cop, place the blame. He has the white woman there to basically corroborate and back up. He even has an eyewitness behind the counter to back up and write everything down. And then we have the white female officer fearing for her life. Sounds real familiar, but you're fearing for your life inside of a precinct where everybody else has guns except for the person that's in handcuffs. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, this I ain't never in my life. Man. Oh my God. I swear to you, I've never out of all of the footage that I've ever been able to listen to in my life when it dealt with police arresting somebody, I've never been able to witness such bullshit that I'm watching at this. So when black people basically tell you that there's a system of white supremacy and how white people are complicit in those actions and how no matter what disagreements that white men and white women have, when it deals with going against one person who is a black man, oh, they'll team up. It don't matter if it's white women that's of the LGBT. It don't matter if it's white feminist. It don't matter what grade of white women that you got directly out here. If the black man is the enemy, oh, they're motherfucking formulating Voltron. They're motherfucking calling up to Zordon. It's Morphin time. We need Dragozor power now. We need dinosaur power now. We need Shogun's power now. They're pulling out everything, and they're working in tandem together in order to get away, to put the greatest evil of evil away. Who is the black man? And you're watching that right here. And this is systematically what has been happening in the United States since its inception. But y'all got the nerve to sit up there and try to roll up and tell me that y'all not racist, that y'all not complicit in these actions, that the system of white supremacy and whatnot or whatever does not exist, that a system of oppression against black people does not exist. What the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Somebody white in the background, tell me, what am I looking at? What do we all just sit up there and hear? What do we all learn? Or are you going to tell me that it's doctored footage? It's all AI. It's Chat GPT. It's Photoshop. What goalpost are you going to sit up there and move this to? Let me know. Because I'm still waiting. It's probably been about like 10 to 15 minutes since I've asked this question initially. I'm still waiting on the answer, and I ain't seen nothing. And y'all wonder how it is. Well, not even wonder. This showcases how it is that black men have the highest exoneration rates in the United States, bar none. Because white folks, this is what y'all tend to do. So we saw multiple officers being stupid, being racist, profiling, complicit, not calling out negative actions by their peers of their own community, which are reflective of them, allowing these things to transpire, not laying down corrective measures. We've seen 3 white women sit up there and tell lies directly on black men, the exact same lies that white women have used historically in the United States in order to burn down black towns and cities, in order to turn black men and young black boys into Christmas tree ornaments. Slavery was so long ago. None of you guys are slaves. This is, in a sense, a form of bondage, just to be real. Because once that black man is locked up, all of his energy is going directly into that system. He is a battery, and he's being placed directly in a cell. In that cell, they're going to harvest his energy. On top of being able to harvest his energy, they're also going to make money directly off of that black body being in that jail and or prison. Not only that, but the court system and the lawyers are going to make money directly off of him. Not only that, but you're also going to have the black market when it deals with organ traffickers, because we don't know what's going to happen with a lot of these black men. And this is just the only instance that I know of that was recorded, luckily. But in other instances that are not recorded, a lot of these black men, this is the last time that you'll actually see them. And then next thing you know, the hospitals and the morgues and everybody else is making money off of this black man's organs on the black market. It's crazy how that works, though. It's 100% crazy how that works. And again, white people want to make it seem like, oh, blacks, you guys are racist. You're always focused on race. It's not about race. It's not all whites. It's y'all complicit. I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't care if you are a white woman with a black boyfriend, husband, fiance. I don't care if you are a white male that is with a black woman. Yeah, y'all in the same boat. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. You're just like Hulk Hogan, racist to a point. In the same boat. But y'all want to act like y'all different, though. Y'all want to really sit up there and play in black people's faces and act like y'all really changed. 2025, folks. What changed? Nothing. Just the times, the technology, or as they sit up there and say in other countries, technologica, right? I guess the tech, the times, the clothing, the fashion, the music, those things changed. But the actions that you have inherently performed, because it's in your DNA, it's in the fabric of your identity, it's historically being taught to you, you're indoctrinated directly into that. All of those things are still being carried on at this moment in time. But you want to sit up there and say that y'all different. Yeah, you're right. You are different. You don't wear, those white cloaks anymore. You're not pulling up as wizards. You're a wizard, Harry. You're not doing that no more because, people are against that. So they say, but you still got, closets. You still got records. You still got pictures. You still do, your secret Halloween parties and costumes and your closed off places where nobody takes photos, where you do blackface. Or you put blackface on and you dress as a slave. You want to dress as Kunta Kinte, right? And then you got somebody else dressing as a slave master with the full ensemble, the full wardrobe, all white everything. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. I want to give a shout out to Informed Rev for the $5 dono. Said, tell it. Much love, respect, excuse me, and appreciation for the $5 dono to the channel. Somebody said, okay, that's it for me. This dude is just as racist as, like I said, to the white folks out there. I had somebody in the comment section sit up there and try to tell me as well, why are we all complicit? Did you not just sit up there and hear me what I said on how it is that you're complicit? Do I got to explain it again? Just like this person wanted to basically say that I'm racist. For anybody that's watching, this is what normally happens when a lot of white folks short circuit when you actually give them evidence of which they can't decide. Oh, we're gonna do the per capita. We're gonna sit up there and look at the stats. You blacks do the most crimes. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about your white officers caught on camera. Caught on camera. This is not a movie. This is not a television show. This is in reality. This is 2025. Your officers, white officers, lied on a black man, locking him up for a crime that you have no proof of, that he did not commit. You only got him in handcuffs and inside of that precinct because somebody else said that he did something. But yet I'm the one that's racist. This is how you guys are complicit. So whoever that person was that wanted to sit up there and say, where did you go? Let me see if I can find your comment real quick. That one right there, you said, why are we all complicit? I just told you. You got 3 white people directly there, and not nearly a white soul in that building decide to sit up there and say, like, yo, you guys are wrong. Release that black man right now, and y'all going to get reprimanded. Nobody stood up for that black man. Not nearly one of those white officers there, and there's 3. Not nearly one of those white officers there stood up for that black man's innocence. All of them were complicit in the actions of an oppressive system. So when I sit up there and say that all of y'all white folks are a part of this, I mean just that. I'm not in confusion. Like I said, if you want to bring up the whole scenario, oh, but how would you like it if we say the same? I don't care. I don't care. I want you to know it's not going to hurt my feelings. Y'all been doing this for years before I was even born, and you're going to still continue doing it after I'm dead. I don't care. Keep doing it. You've been doing it. This is why y'all keep bringing up stats directly in my live streams every single time, because y'all don't want to focus on specifically what it is that you do and how it is that you affect other people directly out here. And you wonder why it is that people have a general consensus and have certain type of sentiments when it deals with dealing with y'all. But then y'all want to try to say that everybody else is the problem and everybody else just hates whites. No, you're just feeling what it's like to have a certain type of energy your way. That's it. And it's barely even 1%. Y'all are crying online over 1%. Y'all not even at 40, 50, 60, or y'all ain't nowhere up there. But yet here we are. Y'all come directly to black platforms, especially my live streams, and y'all want to sit up there and start crying with pretty little white tears. And I'm just sitting up here drinking them. I got my nice little jar right here. And as I've been doing this live stream, I've been sitting up there sipping on it. It's delicious. Tastes great. It's very sweet. If you've never tasted white tears before. Like I said, it's some crazy work. But also going back to the main point that I said before, when it deals with a lot of the black guys out here who have a certain type of feelings when it deals with black women, either you have a loathing or hatred or some type of dissension, whatever the word may be. None of these white women care directly about you. I want you to know that when push comes to shove, when they need somebody to protect them and their rights, somebody who has a power structure and a system involved, they're not going to be falling directly into your arms and your lap. They're going directly back to white men. You literally got a white woman right there ready to sit up there and do anything possible to make sure that that black man, that's going to be the last step that he takes in the free world. You had 2 other white women, again, call on white officers to get a specific reaction, which one of them successfully did because she got the dude tasered. She got him brutalized. And now that black guy has a lawsuit. But like I said, y'all don't want to sit up there and listen, and you think that you're smarter than the average bear and that, you know, the park ranger ain't going to catch you with the picnic basket. No, the park ranger been catching you for a very long time. They just allow you to do what it is that you think that you're just doing of your own free will. Any of the women that you got at this moment in time as a black man is not because you just willed it. It's not just because you are just because you're a black man. It's because they're allowing the ones that they don't find or feel are attractive. It's like, we'll just sit up there and throw them out for bait, so that we can have, some people caught up on the line, so that we can just pull them up on board. That's all it is. And that's all they've been doing. And you fall directly for the trap every single time. And again, I want to specifically state, I ain't talking to the black dudes out there that don't go online. I'm not talking to the black dudes online that don't say negative things about black. I'm not talking about y'all. Y'all sitting up there minding your business, doing whatever it is that you got to do. Cool, no problem. I don't got no issues with you. It's to the loudmouth ones that got issues with the stuff that I say, that want to sit up there and body block for all of these white women that have never body blocked for you, because at any moment in time that a group of white men decided that it was a Christmas party, and they found a nice area somewhere in the forest, wasn't none of those white women laying on the ground to sit up there and stop what happened from happening. Whenever it was time for white people to start burning crosses directly in front of black people's yards, I ain't seen not nearly a white woman out there with a fire hose or with a bucket of water. When it was time for the civil rights, and you just sat up there and saw like the fire hoses and all these things and the attack dogs, I did not see nearly a white woman throwing her body in front of a black man to make sure that he did not get bit by that attack dog. But yet y'all are willing to go directly up out here and sacrifice everything, including your lives, directly for the said same women who are doing things like this to you at this moment in time, that are pinning you up for crimes that you did not commit. And this is what they've historically done side by side with their men, because that's who they're loyal to. They're not loyal to you. But like I said, some of y'all are just built to be examples. And as an example, I'm going to use that example and mention you forever on my platforms. You will never be forgotten. You'll always be remembered as an example of what not to do. How it is that you opt not to pay attention to history, how you opt not to pay attention to this country and to the many atrocities that have been placed on black men, on young black boys, the burning downs of all of our communities. Like I said, it's crazy. Somebody said, let me see that. Who said that? Somebody said, dude, you busy complaining. Do you ever think about the native Indian that robbed of the most of land gold culture? Let me just be real for a split second. Why do I care? Why do I care? Who was this that said that? Neutral? Why should I care? As a black American male, why should I care? Last time I checked, Native Americans got a form of reparations, right? Native Americans got land, right? Native Americans got casinos, correct, right? Native Americans got reservations, right? Native Americans got specific things that go specifically for them and only for them. So why, as a black American male, should I give 1 or 2 or 3 shits about what it is that quote unquote Native Americans, the Siberians, had to sit up there and go through and face? Isn't that their issue? Isn't that for them to be concerned directly with? Last time I checked, I'm a little bit confused, because the craziest part, just like how you could say that Native Americans had all of this land, all of this gold, black people of this country had land and all of these things, right? Minerals and resources and yada, yada, yada. But those were stolen. A lot of black folks were killed for their land because other people saw the value and they believed that those black people did not deserve that value. So they took it from them by any means necessary. So again, I ask, why should I sit up there and care? Native American, the quote unquote Siberian Native Americans, they're recognized, irregardless of their legitimacy here in North America. They're recognized by everybody. And then on top of being recognized, you also got white folks out here, since you want to sit up there and talk about, you want to bring up, but the Native Americans, how about you go after the white folks that sit up there and claim Native American heritage, but they can't prove it? White people that are getting $300 million contracts that are specifically for Native Americans, and they're getting that money and not doing nothing with it, but just sitting on it, eating like a fat hog, just there. Why you want to sit up there and talk about, people are getting robbed and died? And that was in recent times. I covered that in one of my previous videos on my first channel. $300 million contract for construction. And the guy could not prove a lick of Native American ancestry. Didn't have no paperwork, no nothing. The only thing that white people normally got is hearsay, because that's all they got. Because they steal everything. Because what is it called again? The DOS rolls or whatever it is. Quote unquote $5 Indians. A lot of white folks. Like I said, it's crazy how this works out. It's diabolical in nature. Like I said, white folks been some of the main ones sitting up there taking other people's brandings and names and all this other type of thing just so that they can swap destinies and have people's lands and all of these things. And again, y'all wonder why it is that other people out here got specific issues. It's crazy. So you said who's looting stores? I mean, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. But who were the few last snipers that we had? Let me know. Who are those snipers again? Let me know. Who were the last snipers again? Let me know that. Let me hold on. Look, because now people want to sit up there and go stupid. Hold on, wait. Because now people want to sit up there and get stupid. Right? No problem. I got you. No, we can sit up there and get stupid together. I can be right there with you. Hold on. Like I said, when you go low, we go straight to hell. Hold on. I got you. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. So for Zombie and for anybody else that want to pull up to the scene, who affected Charlie Kirk the most? Was it the blacks? Was it the blacks that affected Charlie Kirk the most? Let me know who did that. Somebody write that in the comment section to me. Since people want to sit up there and talk about, who's robbing all of these stores? Is it the whites? Actually, it would be, because statistically speaking, you guys are the majority. When we think about the Walmarts, when you think about the Best Buys, when you think about the Lowe's, when you think about all of these stores where there are videos online of people stealing heavy hardware from a lot of these stores, shopping carts full. Yeah. I mean, FBI keeps up with these stats, but I mean, it'd be like that. That's crazy. Oh, I'm a little bit. What is your name? You're so angry. Not good, dude. Where's my anger? It's not actually anger at all. I'm not. I guess because I'm black, you can't really tell the difference. Y'all just automatically think that we're aggressive, raged out, angry, and we're just wanting to put hands on somebody, right? But that's not actually the case. That was your theory. Obviously one that you were raised in and that you were taught. Obviously, you probably never actually been around black people at all. But that's cool. That's cool. Somebody said your own people sold you guys to be slaves because that. Wait, what? You said your own sold you guys to be slaves because the one that, I guess that was supposed to be ones that were sold were criminals. Oh, okay, no problem. So cool, right? So we're going with the out of Africa theory, no problem, right? So I'll hold that L, right? So Africans sold other Africans, no duh, that's still going on to this day. But the craziest part is, when it deals with your European heritage, you seem to forget that when Europe wanted to look it up, when Europe wanted to cleanse its blood, right, or its land, they wanted to get rid of a lot of the grapers. They wanted to go after a lot of the diddlers. They wanted to get rid of a lot of the murderers and the killers, and they just sent y'all directly on a boat and hoping that y'all would fall off the side of the earth, which you didn't, and you ended up in North America. Some of you survived, some of you didn't. It's a marvel that even happened because you barely survived the plague itself, and you caused that. But I guess you'll say that when it dealt with the plague, it was the blacks. It was the Africans that brought the plague to Europe, right? I guess you would go off of that theory, right? Just trying to figure out, just trying to, make sure I keep up. But yeah, that's crazy though. Like I said, a lot of your heritage, if you are, got that quote unquote European heritage. A lot of your ancestry comes from the jails and prisons of Europe. But y'all don't want to talk about that though, right? This is why we have such a blood-driven, murderous society when it deals with our military. How it is that the white military, the white government decides that, oh, we're going to stick our nose in other people's businesses, and we're just going to sit up there and spend, millions upon billions of dollars on tanks and bombs, and we're just going to be bombing all over the world, taking unnecessary lives for no reason. That's crazy how that works, though. It's diabolical in nature, right? How the projection is so real that people want to create their own reality, right? The main people that go through and use the military and call it democracy in order to liberate and free the rest of the world are the ones also trying to enslave said people that they're trying to free. The exact same way that y'all said that y'all freed the slaves, you just found another way to put black people back into enslavement, such as jails and prison, the school to prison pipeline. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical in nature, right? You swap one pair of chains for another, which is handcuffs. Or better yet, how y'all used to have, or maybe still have down south, y'all got chain gangs, right? That's some crazy work. That's some diabolical work. Diabolical in nature, let me tell you. But yeah, to white people, like like I said before, wasn't nobody that I know of a slave. You are right. I myself, as a black American male, I cannot sit up there and lay hands on somebody that was a slave. But you know who I can sit up there and say are the new slave? You and your kids. And that's by way of your United States government. So the moment in time that y'all can actually realize that and actually see it, it's already too late. And for a lot of black people, we're just going to be sitting back saying, we told you so. It be like that. It is now your turn on the wheel. Those who put us into captivity, shall they themselves be placed into the exact same captivity. You're going to do it to yourself. Any wars that take place on the face of North America are not going to happen because of or by way of black Americans. It is going to be you. Because violence is within your nature. It is within your blood. It is within your DNA. It is in the fabric of the society of which you have founded and directly built and modernized, as you said. Because y'all the ones that set up and said y'all fought the Native Americans and you cleansed the lands of the savages, only to quote unquote replace it with worse savages. It's crazy how that works. It's like who are we to sit up there and say which one is worse? Will we look at the Native Americans who you consider savages to be the worst, or are we going to look at the savages of now and the weapons that they've created and the many methods that they have in order to entrap and enslave people and to put people into debt and to also harvest their organs and their children? Like I said, it's a lot of things that y'all white folks don't actually want to necessarily talk about or shine a light directly on, because it's going to put you and paint you in a very bad light. And it be like that. So all of this projection that you keep continuously doing day in and day out directly on this platform, live streams and all this other type of stuff. Oh, you blacks, this and that and all this other stuff, it's going to be reflected right back at you. It be like that. Like I say, you thought you were able to create a spare bomb and guide that energy. You were never built for that energy. you were, as some would say, you were messing with magics that you had no understanding of. And that tends to, happen a lot of times to white folks. Y'all just be dibbling and dabbling and stuff that you don't even know what it is. You know that it's power, you know that it has some attached to it, and you just want it. That's some crazy work. That is some diabolical work. D-Money said, Seji, did you hear the leaked audio of a politician talking about making white people slaves? Nope, but it will happen. It will happen, though. You said, yep, I'm white. You are talking about 100 years ago. It don't be like that, Sway. Whatever you say there, buddy. Lou said a lot of people that say y'all and make generalizations about things that happened when you weren't even alive probably aren't talking directly to you or something are trying to elicit a response, I guess. Another person said, yep, legal reign just wants to be dictators and yes, men and enslave, boy, yeah, and enslave the rest and take all of our money because that's what authoritarians do. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. But like I said before, white folks, y'all are watching everything crumble directly around you, and it's happening by way of your own hands. You are the main ones in the United States that got the power to stop a lot of this stuff going on. And y'all sit idly by, like I said earlier, just like when it deals with the system, oppression, and racism, you are complicit in your silence. Because you don't want to be the ones that have to sacrifice and lose by yourself. Everybody has to sacrifice and lose. As long as everybody else is losing, you're completely fine with it. If you yourself are just losing, that's when it's an issue. So what's going to inevitably happen in order for things to start, because I got to put it like this, there's been a lot of instances in the United States of which black men have been found under certain circumstances that don't even make sense. And the police always rule it out. They don't want to go in depth. They don't want to try to look for any other evidence. They don't want to try to figure anything out. They don't want to be Batman and Bruce Wayne. They don't want to be in a lab. They don't want to try to get evidence. They don't want to try to look at footprints or fingerprints or anything like that. They're just like, well, this black man was found here. That's all that needs to be said and done. Case closed. Sprinkle some crack on it, Johnson. That's it. And y'all just sit idly by and just allow this to keep happening. But y'all keep this up and y'all keep this happening because you're trying to elicit a response from black Americans. Y'all want black people to be out there protesting. Y'all want black people out there to be clowning and to make a fool directly out of themselves so that you will have a full-fledged 100% reason to call forth martial law. And it ain't been working out. It ain't been working out like you thought it would. Y'all thought y'all were going to be able to keep doing a lot of this stuff and, bring back stuff that happened, 3 to 4, whatever years ago that y'all keep trying to make a response about, like, oh, BLM. Y'all keep talking about ghosts of Christmas past. Nobody's back in that time. Nobody's stuck there. But you keep trying to call it forth like it's Candyman, like you just want this to happen. That's stupid. You're fixated on something that is long gone, that is no longer here, but you keep talking about it as if it is the present day. Oh, BLM, they were just doing this yesterday. No, where? Who? Show me them. Y'all still talking about, like I said, the ghosts of Christmas past. And y'all keep trying to create all of these scenarios and wish and hope that it'll elicit a response from a lot of black Americans, and y'all stay losing. Y'all stay losing. So now the only way for y'all to potentially get any type of response directly out here is like a situation like this. Y'all keep having a lot of these situations happen to try to elicit a response directly from white folks. Because, like, well, if the blacks aren't going to sit up there and help us, shut down, everything in the United States, then we're just going to, have to, do it a different way. Or we're going to have to do a different method. And we're going to have to roll the punches, and whatever comes with it, whatever sacrifices have to be made, we're going to have that martial law take place one way or another. And this is why I kept sitting up there trying to tell a lot of white folks, I'm like, that race war that y'all been talking about, y'all ain't about to get that, because we have never been about that. Now, we're about defending ourselves, yes, to the full totality, yes, 100%. But we're not about to sit up there and start no race war. No matter how racist y'all sit up there and say that we are, we ain't starting no race wars. Just saying. There's a multitude of stories that we got in the United States of which white people and white mobs have come directly into black towns with pitchforks, torches, pulling people directly out of their homes. I don't have hundreds of stories of the reverse, where black people are like, yeah, we're just fed up. Let's be racist. Let's sit up there and go to these white towns, burn them all down, burn down all of America. I can't. I don't have a book on that. I don't have a book on it. Don't got a book on it. Some crazy work. like I said, I'm waiting for white people to write a book and give us like 100 of their cities and towns that were burnt down to the ground by way of black people. Y'all always say that y'all very good, high IQs. Y'all can always keep records and all this other type of stuff. Write a book and I'll buy it and I'll read it online. Write a book and give us the hundreds of cities and towns that black mobs have just gone directly through and turned them to ash. I'm talking about ain't nothing there standing. Give us from like the 17, 18, 1900s. Like I said, y'all got all the records on everything. Y'all very good at analyzing. Y'all very good at keeping DNA samples. Y'all trying to resurrect the woolly mammoth still at this moment in time in raptors. Y'all did Dolly the sheep, right? Y'all did the atomic bomb. So this should be nothing directly for y'all to get that proof and all the information. Like I said, because y'all always like facts and statistics, y'all got all of these facts and statistics. So give me some history. Show me some pointers. Give me those hundreds of black towns and cities that black mobs from the 17 to the 1900s have just run through and destroyed, and ain't none of your ancestors left. Ain't no proof of that city or anything is even left. Give me that. Also, show me the proof of black people turning those into strip malls. Give me the evidence and show me the pictures of us digging up your graves and then steamrolling directly over them, over your loved ones, over your ancestry, and building strip malls and buildings. Give me the proof of we're treating your burial grounds as like archaeological digs because we didn't know that they were there or existed. Give me the stories and the proof of black people turning your towns and cities into lakes, man-made lakes and ponds. Give me that. I'll wait. I'll wait. Because like I said before, if you want to sit up there and say that black people are racist, you should be able to show some hundreds of years of black people being racist. It should be real simple. Like I said, racism that just doesn't just happen. This had to be innately within black people ever since we first saw y'all. So again, I'm just asking for some historical context from white folks out there that always want to talk about per capita and all that. Give me the hundreds of years that black people have been racist and destroyed your people. Annihilated DNA strands, taking out generations to never be seen or heard from ever again. All you got is paper slips or toe tags, if even that, or maybe even barely any dental records. Give me something. Like I said, it's always dead silence. It's always dead silence. That's some crazy work out here, but y'all always want to pull up to the scene, especially when it deals with me. Y'all want to always say that I'm racist. Give me my history of being racist. Let me know because y'all can always seem to look up everything and all this. Give me the history of me going out there as a black content creator for the white people to always come up to the scene talking about that I'm racist and I hate white folks. Give me the evidence from whatever police out there. Show me the evidence of how it is that I have gone out there continuously since I was 7 years old, being statistic, being out there from the mean streets of Detroit. Give me all of the records of me going out there and hauling ass just to attack a white woman or a white man or an elderly white person because they're white. I'll wait because y'all want to say that I hate white people so much. Y'all should be able to pull up records real quick to show me. Show me how I've assaulted y'all, how I robbed y'all. I broke into your homes. I took the life of your family members. Show me how it is that I decided to not only do that, but I sold your organs on the black market. Not only that, but I sat up there and was using people for alligator bait. Show me something. Give me something. Because y'all the main ones always sitting up here trying to say that somebody black has to be racist. But y'all can never sit up there and give me anything. That's crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical. So somebody the funny thing is, so for the white folks out there, this is the thing that I'm trying to what would the word be? Pontificate? This is the thing I'm trying to figure out, right? At a moment in time, y'all said that y'all didn't care about immigrants, right? Y'all didn't want them there. But now when something happens to an immigrant that fits within the narrative that whites are being attacked, now you want to advocate for immigrants. In this case, it's somebody who's from the Ukraine. Now, I did a little bit of digging in history dealing with the Ukraine and all of the ancestry there, and I gave pictures and all those things. Those up there in the Ukraine, they have some very far beliefs. They have some very deep ancestry going back to like the 1930s or 40s, somewhere in there, with a certain regime and all of that type of thing, doing certain hand signs and signals and using an arm and having they have a lot of ancestry there and they're very proud of it, sort of like the Argentinians, right? But it's crazy to me how that's the woman that you guys want to prop up as to say, oh, remember, as to basically say that, oh, see, this is proof that the blacks are violent. They attack us because they're white. She was blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin. She was an angel. She did nothing wrong. This, that, and the third. Now, again, I'm not sitting up there saying that what took place to the woman is correct. I'm not saying that. Whenever people happen to lose their lives by way of another person, it just shouldn't happen. I also want to sit up there and state that when it deals with that story, that case with that Ukrainian woman, that the mother of the murderer has stated that she's not saying online, free my son. She's not saying that. She's not saying that her son is innocent. She's not advocating for the freedom or the fair treatment of her son. The one thing that the mother made sure to make a stance on is that she stated that there was obviously something wrong with her son. He is not an innocent man. But within that, the system knew that there was something wrong with her son, and they did nothing to stop him. They did nothing to give him treatment. They did nothing to make sure that he would stay behind bars. So realistically, that instance is not a race issue. Now, people with their optics and their point of view want to make it a race issue, but it has to do with the failure of a system. Because the crazy part about that Ukrainian woman losing her life to that guy is that I've showcased white men who are mentally ill, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, off drugs or whatever, taking the lives of white women, blonde hair, blue eyes, and everything. Do you think the white media cared about that? No, they don't. Do you think that Fox News is going to talk about that? No, they don't. You think that the conservative Republicans that care about white life are going to talk about that life and hold that life up and make sure nobody forgets her name? No, they're not. So like I said before, it's crazy to me how in one moment you don't care about immigrants and you want them out of here, but the moment in time that you find somebody that has the ideal aspects that you consider the epitome or the zenith of whiteness, y'all got to sit up there and showcase it. Shout out to Steve Rogers, blonde hair, blue eyes. Like I said, that's some crazy work. It's funny how that works. But yet y'all don't like immigrants though, up until it fits a narrative that you can sell. And the funniest thing is the only time that y'all want to showcase these stories is when you want heightened emotions. Because like I said, I try to be as even as possible on my platform by showing stories of where you got crime within proximity in the black community, when you got white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, Latin on Latin crime, African on African crime, European on European crime, Australian on Australian crime, Indian on Indian crime. And I'm talking about those from India. I'm trying to be as even as possible. But the funniest thing that I found out is that white people don't actually care about those things. You guys only seemingly care about it if a black face did the crime to anybody else. That's the only time that those crimes are actually important, because you can monetize that negative media. You can actually sell it. You can't sell it if somebody white commits a horrible, atrocious act to any other group. Nobody really cares. Nobody's going to buy it. You can't really monetize it, and you can't run your highest paid advertisers in between those stories, nor can you remix them 99 times and still make profit out of it. Trust me, I've done this over the years, and I've called out a variety of local and big medias who have all done the exact same thing. I don't care if it's MSNBC to Fox News. I don't care if it might be your local news in Colorado all the way to New York. I done called a lot of them out in a lot of the games that they sit up there and play. Again, trying to elicit an emotional response from people. because they know who to pick and prod at, and they know what type of information to specifically give to people on how to get them to move emotionally, because a lot of people out here are controlled by their emotions. Like I said, white people have been, y'all been clearly showing this at the moment in time. Let somebody black do something to somebody white, up, y'all up in arms. Let somebody black sit up there and rob some, up, you're up in arms. Let a black group be protesting quietly in a neighborhood, up, you're up in arms, and you also have arms in your arms, meaning armaments, meaning weapons and guns, and you're standing directly outside of your houses trying to mean mug people. But yet you wouldn't be doing the same thing if the military was coming through your block with tanks and walking military force. You wouldn't be doing the same thing if all of these big businesses showed up in your neighborhoods on your blocks with their private governments. I'm sorry, with their private armed forces. Because that's the thing that a lot of y'all white folks don't know, that y'all got prior military. That's the main pay protection for a lot of these corporations. And y'all don't want to highlight or talk about that, though. But like I said, the response that y'all give to black people quietly protesting, y'all would never give that same response to the government, to the military, or to these corporations and to these elites. So it's like, realistically, how brave realistically are you? How much do you really care about freedom and democracy as you sit up there and watch it get crippled and taken directly away from you? How brave really are you? A lot of you guys are just suburban hunters. Y'all got guns and ain't never shot nothing. But yet you claim that you're the hardest ones directly out here because you got 99 guns and armaments directly out here that people ain't never seen before. But yet when push comes to shove, when it's time to actually take action, you sitting up there soiling yourself. You're not ready to make that big sacrifice. And it's going to be up for other people to sit up there and stand directly in front and take the brunt of everything, like what has always happened in the United States. But yet those same people that stand up in front of you and take the brunt of everything don't get any type of appreciation for saving your lives. You can't even save yourselves. Like I said, look at the plague. Look at a lot of these diseases that's been sitting up there going on, wiping out your elderly, wiping out your people out there that have weak immune systems, wiping out your kids. But you talking about y'all prepare for a race war. Y'all prepare for a war. Y'all prepare for if anybody comes directly from an outside source comes into this country, y'all going to defend it tooth and nail. You can't even defend yourself from simple diseases. And you got the CDC, for God's sakes. That's some crazy work. But y'all the ones that's supposed to sit up there and save everybody. Okay. I'll wait to see it. I pray to whatever guys that are out there that an alien invasion does happen on American soil. I want to see what y'all white folks are going to sit up there and do. I want to see what y'all going to do. I want to see how y'all going to take back the country. Because y'all always say that y'all got the best and the smartest and the bravest directly. I want to see that. Because like I said, y'all are so brave when people don't have weapons and you know it. But then when people got weapons or weapons that are stronger than yours, mum is the word. Now you want to be diplomats. Now you want to take a political stance. We don't have to actually go this route. Maybe we can talk about this. Are you into organs? you into slavery? now magically you want to be diplomatic. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. The fake Jeff Goldblum said that sounds like you hate all white folks. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where specifically did I say that, but I mean, whatever helps you sleep directly at night, Jeff Goldblum. If what I say at this moment in time leads to you sleeping very great at night and you can wake up in the morning and everything is completely fine and dandy, I did my job. But again, because you can't specifically deal with yourself or what it is that you have done or have continuously done, historically speaking, that brings you right back to me, where you guys have the same regurgitated point that hundreds of others before you over the years have made the exact same thing. Oh, it sounds like you hate white people because you refuse to face what it is that is directly in front of you. and who those people specifically are. But you will make sure to sit up there and talk about, oh, the blacks. Chicago, 7 quadrillion people just died in 7 seconds. Why don't you blacks and Democrats talk about that? Where's BLM to save those 7 quadrillion lives? Don't you live somewhere out there in like Colorado, Utah, Montana? Somewhere out west, out yonder? Knowing damn well that you ain't never been around nobody black. It's crazy. What was that? Wait, who is responding to who right now? I see somebody responding to somebody. So, okay, so that's who what's the name was responding to. That's who Victorious was responding to. Right? So Ironbud said, that's the problem. I want to believe your argument, but I need evidence to support it. That's crazy. I mean, what evidence are you specifically looking for? Because the craziest part is you can type up a lot of stuff directly into AI. You can type it into Chat GPT and it can pull from all types of sources. If you want better sources, you can just do a simple, $7, $10 or whatever and get the paid version, whatever 4.0, 5.0, 6, 10.0, whatever Skynet has at this moment in time. Type it in and you can get all of the stuff that you would actually need. So I'm a little bit confused on how people tell me that they need proof in order. I keep telling people, you don't got to specifically believe me. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't know nothing that I'm talking about is true. You don't have to believe not nearly a word that I sit up there and say. When I sit up there and say that white people are going to put themselves into captivity, you don't have to sit up there and believe me. When I say that the white people in the American government are going to bankrupt America and cause chaos and dissension, you don't have to sit up there and believe me. When the United States government sit up there and say that white supremacy is the biggest threat to American democracy, you don't got to sit up there and believe me. When you sit up there and look around at stories where white police officers are trampling on your rights, you don't got to sit up there and believe me. When you got stories out here of your white politicians taking away your rights that you allow them to take away because you can't manage yourselves and they treat you just like children, you don't got to sit up there and believe me. You don't got to believe nothing that I sit up there and tell you. When they sit up there and tell you that you got carcinogens and all other types of stuff in your food, in your air, in your water, that fluoride is listed as a neurotoxin, that you got forever chemicals and a lot of workout wear, you don't got to sit up there and believe. You don't got to believe nothing that I'm sitting up there saying. Nothing that I'm saying is factual. You don't have to believe nothing that I'm saying. You don't got to believe nothing. Like I said, y'all got it. Y'all 100% got it. Like I said, when I say that white people are complicit in actions and they allow it to happen because it's happening to everybody and not just them, I mean just that. Y'all are sitting idly by and y'all allowing your own government to sit up there and poison you. So when I've done videos and I showcase proof about 25 different types of chemicals that are within American foods that are banned everywhere else around the world, but we still eat it, you don't got to believe me. You don't gotta believe me at all. You don't have to sit up there and believe me at all. When I sit up there and showcase proof that the government is basically burning y'all out of house and home, shout out to California. Shout out to Hawaii. You don't gotta sit up there and believe me. That's hearsay. That's a movie. It's entertainment purposes. Ain't nothing factual. That's just a black guy up here trying to paint white folks in a bad light. And not focusing on the black community. That's all it is. Right? I'm just scapegoating. I'm not focusing in on the real issue, which is the blacks, because I'm afraid to touch on that topic. Right? Isn't that what a lot of white folks have told me within this live stream? Like I said, you don't have to believe me at all. Like I said, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff going on directly out here. He said, what? You said, if only black people that make in front of me and call me. I don't even know what that even means. You said black people are in the government too? Who didn't say that black people are in the government? No problem. All right, so this is what we're going to do. Because you wanted to say that there's black people in the government too. We're just gonna look at this. Like I said before, people want to sit up there and play these games. I got you, no problem. So let's look at these percentages real quick, and anybody can type this in. So I typed in demographics of the United States government. They said the demographics of the United States government workforce generally reflects the racial and the ethnic makeup of the nation. Though diversity is less pronounced in higher levels of position, which means that there are barely any blacks up there, and the legislative branch compared to the general workforce. For instance, while the overall workforce is somewhat diverse, white employees from a larger portion of higher grade positions in the 119th Congress, non-Hispanic white Americans still constitute a large proportion of voting members than their share of the United States population. Racial and ethnic composition. In 2023, the federal workforce was composed of 59.5% white, 18.8% Black and African American, 10% Hispanic or Latino, and 6.7% Asian individuals. It said the United States Congress, right? Growing diversity, 119th Congress, 2015 to 2027 is the most racially and ethnically diverse in history. Minority representation, lawmakers identifying as racial or ethnic minorities make up significant portion of Congress, but this representation is still lower than the overall share of the United States population. White majority. Despite increased diversity, non-Hispanic white Americans account for a disproportionately large percentage of voting members in Congress compared to their share of the United States population. So I'm a little bit confused on what you were trying to really get at there. Because again, you can type it in just like I typed it in. And as I stated before, white people still make up the main majority in the government. So what are we going to say? You're going to say the same thing that y'all normally say when they deal with the stats. Oh, well, 13% of the population do 1,000% of the crimes. So you're going to tell me that 18% of the black folks in government are doing all of the negative stuff, putting us trillions of dollars in debt? Is that what we're going to do? Is that how we're going to try to levy that? Because that's what y'all been doing, right? The lowest percentage of the population does the majority of the crimes. So the lowest population in the government should be the one messing it up, right? If we're going with causation, if we're going with how things naturally go, it should be the blacks in government that's messing up the whole government, right? All of the fiscal bills and seasons and whatnot or whatever, all of the trillions of dollars in debt, it should be the blacks, right? The blacks are stealing, the blacks are robbing, the blacks are looting, right? That's what y'all normally sit up there and say, right? Like I said, it's crazy. Diabolical work. You said some of us some of us have jobs and work 12 hours a day, but again, you want me to believe your words. Show the proof, just like if I want you to believe mine, I'll show you the proof. So you mean to tell me that you got all the time and the energy to probably be here for 30 minutes, but you don't have 5 seconds to type in some information in AI? You can miss me with those 12 hours. I've worked 12 hours, still found time to do stuff that I wanted to do or to watch documentaries. I'm like, so 12 hours don't got nothing to sit up there and do with that. Like I was doing that on a daily occurrence when I had to, back when I was working to clean up Ford. It was like Ford or GM on those work sites, and we had a very bad flood up there in Michigan. I was there with other people cleaning that up day in and day out. Had to take the bus to transfer directly to those areas. So, like I said, you can miss me with that. Oh, some of us work 11 to 12 hours. I've been done that. I like miss me with that, and I still found ways to get the stuff done that I needed to get done. Like, what are we saying? Now you're just trying to like use like a scapegoat. Like what? It's like that's some crazy work out here. Like, dog, what? Like I've sat up there and just by itself on here, I done sat up there and done 24-hour stream, and then still woke up the next day at 12 o'clock and still did another 4 to 8 hour live stream. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Like, you know how exhausting that is? You know how exhausting it is to sit up there and like talk and do this for like 24 hours during a live stream? Huh? I done sat up there and had videos running for every single hour of the day for 72 hours. You know how exhausting that is? But yet I still got up and did what I needed to sit up there and do, and was still reading stories and doing whatever else that I wanted. Like, come on now. I need people to sit up there and do better. Like, that's crazy. Somebody said, what percentage of blacks need to be in government that would make you happy? I'm not asking for, a lot of black people to be in government. I could care less. I can care less. The government is specifically destroying America. Why would I want more black people there? That doesn't make any type of sense. Like, do people not even understand or hear what it is that I'm specifically even talking about? I'm actually stating what a problem is, and people still don't get it. People still not saying, that's right, I forgot. I'm using trigger words. Let me turn it off real quick. So the government, let me just bland this out for a lot of people, right? Let me not talk about race. The left and the right are currently at this moment in time devising a plan deliberately to enslave and ensnare the American people, so that you will be forced to use digital currency, so that a lot of the processing plants that we have for food are pretty much done with, so that mega corporations are able to own your homes, whatever domiciles that you basically have, and your land, and also the farmland, so that they got control over. They already got the media. They already got the music and the entertainment. They already got the news. And next, pretty much for for all five will be the land and the food. So that has nothing to do with color. See how that works? But let's see if you guys are actually smart enough to actually pick up on that, since I had to dial stuff down and turn stuff off because you guys seem to get triggered. But like I said, even when I explain it like that, I'm pretty sure that somebody is still going to get triggered. I'm pretty sure that some of y'all out there are still not going to hear what it is that I'm saying, and you're still going to get triggered, because it's that simple. You don't want to focus on the actual issue. You want to sit up there and believe that it's a left problem or a right problem when the whole government is corrupt and jacked up, and everybody here is going to be a slave. So to any of the white people, again, that said earlier, like, oh, you don't know anybody that's a slave, I'm looking at you. You're a slave currently at this moment in time, and you don't even realize it because you're living in the illusion that you're free. You've been living in a dream realm this whole time. Quote unquote, the American dream. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Use ChatGPT or whatever it is that you got to sit up there and get in order to correct me on this, because y'all love correcting me on my English and everything like this. But correct me if I'm wrong. In order to have a dream, you have to be asleep, correct? So how could one person who lives in an actual reality that is awake have the American dream? So to the white people out there, let me know how that works. Are you dreaming and living the American dream, or are you wide awake? Because there's only one way that you can realistically have a dream, unless they got you in a walking trance like a zombie. So it's either one of the two. You're a walking zombie living in this trance like the Matrix, or you're actually asleep like Neo in the Matrix. Which one is it? Because either which way it goes, you're still asleep. One, you're just, barely sort of there conscious, and you're walking, and you're able to touch a little bit of things, and you can kind of sense some stuff. But like I said before, you're still a slave at the end of the day. So again, all of the projection that you have been continuously doing when it deals with Black Americans, you are those slaves. You've always been. You thought that you escaped Europe from all of the problems and everything over there. It was like, we're no longer slaves. We're not under, the whole thing of the king and queen and whatnot. We're off on our own, living in the wild, doing whatever it is that we want to sit up there and do, all to have the exact same thing happen again. How? Look at that. And you can't blame anybody for this. When the government falls directly down on you as hard as they are going to fall, like I said, everything that they have perfected from, you know, injecting syphilis into black people, from burning down towns and cities, from getting rewriting history, from erasing knowledge from people's minds, from the indoctrination, everything that they've perfected on black people, they're going to now use on you, and you're not going to have a way to fight back from it. It is going to be a losing battle, and you're going to lose worse than you did in Vietnam. But like I said, y'all think that y'all prepared for everything, though. Y'all think that y'all Rambo and, and Arnold Schwartz, directly out here. Y'all think y'all the Terminator. I'm the governor. Get to the chopper. Y'all think that y'all all of that, right? We'll see. When the police and the government and the military and these corporations turn directly against you, we're going to see actually how tough you are. We're going to see how you're going to be able to fare. We're going to see that. Sham said, yo, what's up, Sham? You said, so it means to me that the racists are the dominant number in American society, not the minority. They want evidence of my belief. It'd be like that. So Goldblum said that his European ancestors were actually slaves. I mean, so was the past, shall too be the future. So you weren't there to actually witness and see that enslavement happen, but you will be alive to witness this happen directly to you, your kids and your family, and the ones in your communities. Case in point, you're slaves by way of the big banks. You're slaves by way of the government. You're slaves by way of advertisement. You're slaves by way of just the economic system that we currently have at this moment in time. And again, nobody else created this but you, right? Your people. The Europeans modernized the United States, took it from the savages and just made it a pure paradise. So like I said before, a lot of people are going to sit up there and learn the hard way. Somebody said, this MF says government like there's no demonic cults in the midst. I mean, okay, I got you. No problem, right? So let me, because, I tried my best to stay away from the whole religious, type of thing, because I don't try to be preachy, to each is their own and how it is that they believe or whatever God that they bow down to, Baphomet, Mog, Gog, whatever it is, Baal. Like I said, it's cool, whatever it is. But the hardest part to, in a sense, for A1FN, right? The hardest part to basically get directly to is that nobody's hands are realistically clean. If you at this moment in time have a bank account, if you got a credit card, a debit card, if you're using a United States bill of currency, you are of the devil's system. You, in a sense, are using, for all intents and purposes, the mark of the beast. It's just not, in a sense, in barcode form, technically. But you're still using it. You still have it. So it's like, if we're going to be, in a sense, talking about demonic system, that's already been here. Your money and everything that you're basically using is from demonic means. Because what was the main thing that they always set up there and told people? That the root of all evil, money is the root of all evil, correct? On the back of your money, it says, in God we trust. I need anybody that's a Democrat or a Republican, let me know, what God does the United States government serve and bow down to? Nobody can tell me that. Because you can easily say God, but what God are we talking about? Because you got a lot of pagan ritualists. You got a lot of people that are into the Luciferian, satanic type of thing. You got people that are into worshiping Moloch, Baal, Gog, whatever it is that's directly out there. You got a lot of people worshiping a lot of different gods. So what is the actual God? And again, like I said before, nobody can actually give me that. Just saying. So again, before, Samantha said that cult / government is the same thing. I mean, yeah. You're saying that the Moloch worshippers are the problem. I did a story directly on Balenciaga, Ball. right? And when you spell out Balenciaga, they specifically spelled out Baal. If nobody ever actually looked that up, that was a god of which people back in said days that worship said god that they would sacrifice children to. When you looked at the Balenciaga campaigns that I showed people during the time, they had a lot of teddy bears and dolls in there that had BDSM, type of clothing, leather, bondage, all of the other type of stuff, going on. And then again, you had balls spelled directly on the caution tape. But then the main fixture that was supposed to be selling the items are the kids. So like I said before, a lot of the stuff I've covered before. I've covered a lot of this stuff before, but a lot of people, don't happen to pay attention, or I guess they miss those. Somebody said, speak, no problem. I got you. Somebody said that the country was founded on Christian values. Are you sure? You sure? Like, think about that for a minute, right? Christians going around the world involving themselves or causing wars, which is bloodshed. And usually in order to suffice a god, in order to get powers from a god or to hold said powers, you have to make a certain amount of sacrifices. A certain amount of bodies have to be given over in order for that god to be like, all right, no problem. Let me give you like 0.5% or 1% of this. I got you, no problem. Or whatever demons are directly out there. So like I said, how Christian like realistically is that? Because like I said, for me, I just got to fathom, like, what's the use of going to war knowing the fact that you're going to be bombing villages and kids and schools directly out here that have nothing to do with any of the conflicts? That's a little bit weird to me. So again, that seems like a sacrifice. That doesn't seem like it would be a sacrifice to the God that any of you guys believe in. So again, I'm asking, what God is that? So when you look on that money and they sit up there and said, in God we trust, again, what God? Who are they doing all of these wars for? Who are they doing all of this bloodshed for? Like I said, just a question. Just saying, I'm just asking questions. Like I said, nobody got to believe me. Nobody has to sit up there and believe. Like I said, this is not me trying to get preachy and do all this other stuff. Whatever people want to believe in, as long as you ain't, hurting other people, it is what it is. I'm not trying to change nobody's minds or whatnot. I'm not. That's not the business that I'm in. Not at all. I'm not a preacher. I am not a man of the cloth. We are not that. We are not that. We are Venom. But yeah, like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical out here. So like I said, that's why I don't tend to get into the whole conversation when it deals with the government and this, that, and the third, and all of these, all of the extra type of stuff, because everything is linked in. Like, realistically, nobody has clean hands. Like, in order to have clean hands, you got to leave this system. And nobody's ready to sit up there and just be out there on their own in the wilderness, sitting up there hunting and fishing and living through hard winters and having to guard against bears and other things out there in the wilderness. Like, you got less than 1%. You got fewer than 1% of people actually doing that are survivalists. The rest of everybody, including myself, we're not doing that. Like I said, I like to be as honest and transparent as possible. And I don't tend to separate myself when I talk about these topics. I put myself right in there with everybody else. Like I said, just like everybody else and just like myself, I'm within the system, just like everybody else. I got a, bank account. I don't got a credit card, but I got a debit card and everything like that. I use the exact same money that everybody else does. So like I said, we got to sit up there and be honest. People can't sit up there and say that they're quote unquote holier than thou. Like I said, look at a lot of these churches. These churches accept the devil's money. They're not accepting God's money. They're not accepting gold and silver. They're taking dollar bills that are worthless, dollar bills that are only verified by way of man, not by God, not by any of the natural materials that are specifically directly there. So like I said, how good are the churches? Like I said, the pastors out there telling people, I can only speak for, no, I can speak for the rest of the church. You got black pastors, then you got Joel Osteen. You got these mega $1 million pastors preaching the word, but they're the richest ones directly out here. They're richer. They have more money than Jesus ever had. They got better clothes than Jesus ever had. Eating better food than Jesus ever had. So like I said before, you got to question, how is it possible that pastors who are not the Son of God are able to do better and live better and longer than the Son of God, can be more blessed, quote unquote, than the Son of God? How is that even possible? Like I said, nobody questions that. Nobody finds that to be a little bit odd or strange. Like I said, what God do a lot of these people really believe in? Like nobody really sits there and looks at this and asks a lot of these questions. Like the preachers say, like, "Oh yeah, believe in God, this, that." But are you sure? Are you sure it's that God? How can you actually verify that? Because can't nobody sit up there and get a straight A or B line directly to God, but like, yo, bro, are these pastors for real? Like they with you? They like your right and your left hand right now? Like they really speaking the word, they speaking the truth, they leading us down the right road. Hey, can't nobody sit up there and do that? Can't not nearly a person out here sit up there and get a red phone line directly to God. You can get a phone line to many other things directly out there, but you ain't getting no phone line to God. So if you can't get that, how is it possible that these pastors that's supposed to be the left or the right hand of the Lord, how are they able to sit up there and do it? Quote unquote, putting their hands directly on people, healing them. But yeah, people still dying. What? Anyways, like I said, man, I got my problems with a lot of stuff directly out here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like people need to start questioning a lot of stuff. Like I said, I'm not trying to get people to transfer like religions, but you gotta question a lot of the people that are trying to lead you certain places, because a lot of these people ain't leading you to the right place. And I'm just being real. The moment in time that you got these black pastors out here sitting up there, or even the white pastors sitting up there telling you like, oh, you know, it's in the Bible that you got to sit up there and tithe. That, you know, if you sit up there and tithe, then the Lord will sit up there and bless you. So if all of us in a congregation give you $1 million, the Lord is going to bless all of us with $1 million. I've yet to see that. I have yet to see all of the people, all of the poor people that give money to Joel Osteen. I've yet to see them blessed with millions of dollars like him, living in a mansion like him. Like, explain to me how these pastors are living in more lavish and better houses than Jesus. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like my memory might be a little bit short, but didn't Jesus ride on a mule at a moment in time, or a donkey? But yeah, you got these pastors out here in like a Ferrari or in like a 2025 or 2026 future vehicle. Like I said, they living a better life than Jesus ever led. And I'm like, he was out here doing miracles, as they say in the you know, from the word, from the book, curing the blind, curing leprosy, water and the wine, giving people fish. He was doing the work out here, saving lives. But yet these pastors ain't doing nothing. They can't even reach 1% of that. And then to make it even worse, the pastors will then share, a little bit of money with, the pulpit or whatever it is that they call it, with the other 1%ers that are up there. Because I got a video up there where some pastors and other parishioners or whatnot or whatever, they were doing a raffle for like a Bentley or something like that. I'm like, what? I'm like, hold on. I'm like, so the 99.9% of people in this church are broke, but y'all up here doing a raffle for like a Bentley. Huh? Come again? And I'm like, and these are the people that people seek and believe the word directly from? Snake oil salesman, realistically? Because it's like ask yourself for a real minute though, right? How many of these pastors, that for anybody that's going to church, right? How many of these pastors have cleared your debt? Paid off families' medical bills, bought houses, bought up the block so that people in that area could just have homes and houses. Use the multi hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars that the church sit up there and get, and built up schools. Built up like a fresh garden that the neighborhoods can go to, instead of going to another place where it's genetically modified. They can get stuff right from the soil, from their own place. How many of these churches are really actually feeding the people the way that they should be fed? Because food should not be modified by man. God, quote unquote, made these things perfectly. He made them as they should be, right? Man doesn't have a right to sit up there and change what God did. That would just basically mean that you're saying that God made a mistake in what it is that he made. So then you feel that you have the avenue or the way to perfect it, in which a power that God doesn't have. That's really what I'm getting from that. Man, in a sense, thinks that they are better than God. So whatever God creates, man, quote unquote, is going to perfect. That's crazy. Anyways, like I said, it's just me though, man. Like I said, this is why I tend not to. Like I said, my apologies for those out there listening. I wasn't trying to go into like a whole religious type of spiel and and all of that, other types, because like I said, I know it's a touchy subject for a lot of people, and I know that a lot of people will get offended in a lot of instances and be like, oh, but have you read the word? Do you know your Bible? And this, that. I mean, the Bible is the most rewritten book in history. I'm like, what is there to actually read? I mean, if we want to read something, then go and find like the book. Go to Ethiopia and get an actual copy from them of the Ethiopian Bible, because like the Bible that they got, that bad boy is a Bible. Like that is not a game. That is not a joke. And then on top of that, you got like the book or the stories of Enoch, which conveniently Christian churches don't teach nothing about Enoch. They might mention him just a little bit, but when it deals with those stories and the descriptions of a lot of things there, that it was like they seem supernatural and all this other type of stuff, and they don't have a way to actually give a real world grounded explanation for it. They leave it directly out, but they'll sit up and tell, oh yeah, Jesus, he was walking on water. We had men that lived in Jonah. He lived in the mouth of a whale, wasn't it? It should have been Jonah, right? I forgot. It's been a while, but like you got people, in a burning furnace and all, right? All of this supernatural stuff, though. But the Book of Enoch magically is too far, though. Water and wine, walking on water, living inside of a well, lion's den, David and Goliath, burning furnace. A whole city getting turned into salt. Like all of that is fine and dandy, and it's more reality based. But the Book of Enoch, that's where we got to draw the line. We got to draw the line on the Book of Enoch. Like I said, it's crazy. Like I said before, I look at the Bible of now as like the same Bible that they gave to the slaves. This is why I sit up there and say that in modern times that everybody here is a slave. Because just like they had a slavery Bible for the blacks, where pages and certain things were taken out, were rewritten, and all this other type of stuff, and pages were ripped, and they specifically made a Bible for the slaves. It's the exact same thing as now. So it's like, if we know that the slave Bible was wrong, and they just specifically gave things to keep those slave masters in power, what do you think that they're doing with this Bible now? It's the exact same thing. But they got everybody so indoctrinated and force-fed into doing this because of generation after generation after generation after generation, that people aren't ready to sit up there and see otherwise. 1 second. Like I said, it's crazy, but it be like that. And also, I want to showcase this one thing here, right? So, like I told people before, the moment in time that you start talking to people normally, this is when a lot of people start, in a sense, dying off when it deals with like the live stream. Because before we had some numbers directly up there. It was reaching like the 2s and the 3s and all this other type of stuff. But all together, both channels, now we're currently sitting at like 78 viewers. Right. So I want to note to people, when you happen to bring up and talk about race, people are more in tune, people stay tuned, and people want to sit up there and go back and forth and argue and all this other, they got the energy for it. But now when you're relaxed and you're sitting up there just talking straightforward directly to people, now it's like nothing. So like I said before, if there is a such thing as trying to sit up there and save people, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Like I said, a lot of people would rather stay asleep to be in and to live directly in that dream versus being in the reality of what specifically is. So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to fall for their own ignorance or lack of knowledge. Like I said, it's going to be crazy. And the craziest part is that a lot of people are going to watch a lot of their family members, in a sense, perish due to that. Because people would rather not live in reality. And that's sad. So like I said, a lot of people, the best thing I could sit up there and tell people at this current moment in time is that you might as well just weep now so that you can stay focused and you don't have to worry about crying later. You might as well cry for the ones that you know that you're going to lose and carry on so that you can actually be 100% focused, because that emotion later on is going to divert your attention and you're going to falter. And you're going to be close to losing, just like those people are already going to lose. Because what normally happens is when people are going to get brought down, they want to bring anybody else that is around them down with them. That's like trying to go out there into a lake or ocean and save a drowning hysterical person. You go in there and you're trying to do the right thing, but that drowning hysterical person is only worried about themselves. So they're going to drag you down trying to stay above water. They're going to try to take you out so that they can survive. And it's like now you're in that predicament and you're thinking to yourself, like, I was just trying to do the right thing. Was this even worth it? And it's not. But a lot of people can't be honest. A lot of people cannot be honest. John Smith said, I've been listening to you for a minute now, and you have good points and strong arguments, but I feel like you try and turn it more about race. It's not that I turn it in a sense so much about race. It's the fact that how is the best way that I can sit up there and put, I'm a reflection of what is out here. So emotionally, and within this reality, if this is where people specifically are at, I'm going to meet them there. This is the exact same thing that I've said for the longest time on this platform. I'm going to reflect the stuff that people normally say, because this is where we are at this current moment in time. Right? This is the basis of a lot of discussions, a lot of arguments, because it's very difficult to move past anything if people don't want to acknowledge. So you got to keep banging, this mountain with this little hardware hammer trying to make a dent, and it's not going to make a dent. Right? Because two things have to be acknowledged. Number one, that hammer is not going to sit up there and work. And number two, that's a solid rock mountain. You're going to need something that is stronger in order to meet the goals that you want to sit up there and meet at the end of the day, so that you can continue on. In order for the United States to continue on, they have to realize and fully, wholeheartedly actually acknowledge the negative effects that they've done to Black people in America. The reason why America is going to fall is because of the lack of that acknowledgement and the lack of them not trying to fix anything. Matter of fact, just erase the word trying, actually fixing. Because I'm tired of the word of, trying in government. That just don't make any sense. The government is supposed to do and not try. Right? The government does not want to acknowledge. The government doesn't want to fix. The government is currently rewriting history books at this current moment in time so that slavery doesn't seem like an atrocity, that it was more so like a kumbaya Thanksgiving type of deal. And again, that's disrespectful, because the United States government would never do that to the Holocaust. They would never do that to the Native Americans. They would never do that to the Asian Americans that were both Chinese and Japanese that were in internment camps on United States soil at various times. They would never sit up there and do that to the Scottish and the Irish that were indentured servants in the United States. They would never do that to any of those groups of people at all. But when it specifically deals with Black Americans, for whatever reason, it's like, no, we got to rewrite this. We got to make it more palatable. We got to make sure that Europeans, white folks, are not put or deemed in a bad light. We have to make ourselves the heroes and to show that we're the ones putting out an olive branch to those out there. So, like I said before, there's a lot of things directly out here. And again, the only thing that I can be is a mirror for the reality that we are currently in at this moment in time. And when you happen to see a mirror, a lot of people don't like the reflection. They don't like the answer that mirror basically gives back. So a lot of people tend to cover up that mirror and run away from the sight directly of it because they're running away from the sight of themselves. And that's not my fault. So either people can deal with it and bear with it and try to figure out something, or people can just keep running and America's going to still be in the exact same shambles that it's always been, and it's just going to get worse. Like I said, respect and love goes a long way, but it seems as though that those in power, they opt not to do it. And then they choose to teach the majority out here to treat Black Americans the exact same way that they've always looked down upon them and treated them historically. So that's all I'm saying. So that goes back into what I said before about how white folks, how y'all are getting treated right now by way of your government and the police. That's because that's how they've always treated Black Americans. And a lot of white folks have decided to sit idly by and allow that to happen. So now y'all are going to suffer the exact same consequences and fate of a lot of my Black elders and ancestors. So, like I said, it'd be like that. You said you have it wrong. Stop being a victim. Start thinking and reading for yourself. I'm not even sure what you're referring to. I wish you could, expound upon that, because I'm not sure what part of the conversation you're on at this moment in time. Are you talking about the Bible, or what are? I need you to elaborate realistically, because like I said, I'm not even sure how to even respond to that, and I'm trying to be as transparent as possible and trying to give reasonable, responses. Like I said, some of the stuff that I read from the comment section, I'm not even sure what's even happening here at the moment in time. John Smith said, okay, I see now where you're coming from. You feel like Black history is being pushed to the past or pushed to forget while people continue to talk about other things. No, it's not just that. The main thing that I'm saying now, okay, so to put it in a better instance, all of the experiments, all of the atrocities that have happened directly to Black Americans, those same things are going to happen to everybody else, because a lot of generations aren't going to know or understand this history because they refuse to teach it and to keep it directly in the airwaves, so that people can realize that, this happened before in the past. They're doing the exact same thing. They're just calling it something different now. It's like, we got to stand up about this now and yada yada. Like I said, you're going to have generations of lost souls. Not sure how long this is going to keep going, but you're going to have a lot of generations of lost souls that are going to perish because of lack of information. And it's not, in a sense, because of their lack of information. It's because the parents are sitting idly by and allowing the government to rewrite it, because they feel that, this country is always, race this and race that. We got to just get over all of this race stuff. We're all human beings and yada yada yada. Like I said, that's going to be the main way that a lot of this history is going to be forgotten and rewritten. And you're going to see a lot of experimentation happen directly onto white folks, your communities, your kids. And as a matter of fact, that stuff is already going on. Shout out to East Palestine, Ohio. That chemical explosion. Oh yeah. The forever chemicals that are directly in your clothes and your workout wear. Oh yeah. The fluoride that is in the water. Oh yeah. And the many other things that the United States government basically does, including with the food and GMOs and all this other type of stuff. Yeah. Like I said, the United States government ain't about curing nothing. They're about giving it longevity. They're about trying to, keep you there as long as possible. Yeah. Like I said, we still to this day don't even got a excuse me, we still don't even got a cure for the common cold or the flu. Like some obviously it's 5 o'clock. Um like we still we got stuff that we quote unquote eradicated, like polio and measles and all this other type of stuff, but yet they came directly right back. So it's like, I'm just looking at it. It wasn't that long ago that they were trying to hit everybody. I think was it 2023, 2024. They were trying to hit you with like, what was it, like the Zika virus? They had another portion of like the pandemic. We had Ebola directly in there. We had monkeypox, and then we had some stuff going on with like deers, like a zombie virus, and like it was so many things happening all at once. And you would think with all of the technology, right, the tech that we have at this moment in time, you would have thought that would have came through with a solution by now. Right, we got the smartest minds and all this other stuff. We got AI and quantum computing. You would have thought that we would have been living in a utopia at this moment in time, like the Jetsons or something like that. Nah, I still don't even got my flying board from Back to the Future. I'm still waiting on that. We just barely got the self-lacing shoes, and those cost like 20. That costs like 30 grand. I'm like, that's wild to me. And I really love those shoes. I really wanted those, but like I said before, it's crazy. It is diabolical. Tony said they are only about money. Yeah. Sham said now that water poisoned poor whites too to get to the blacks. Oh yeah. Just like what they did in Flint. Like I said, of course, because black people there, they're going to do stuff to affect black folks there. But if they got to affect white people that live amongst black people, it's like, well, they're like, that's it's a casualty. It's it'd be like that. It's just collateral damage. Like I said, so for the white folks out there that's listening, I just want you to understand, the government don't care about you at all. If you are around black people, and that's just, you just got to be in that situation, those neighborhoods. If anything affects black people, it's going to affect you too. And then even if you're not within black communities, sooner or later, what affects us is going to sit up there and affect you. So like I said, it's already you don't really already got a lot of black people in the United States for the most part. So if something ever happens where things are like really looking grim and just black people are barely even in existence, I'm just letting you know, good luck, because you ain't gonna have no help. Because just to sit up there and be realistic and honest, out of every other group directly out here, black people, as forgiving as we are in a sense the last resistance. Just to be honest. Like, and that's the craziest part. No matter what has transpired between white folks here in the United States and black people, we would still somehow find a way to be like, you know what, we got to put that to the side right now. We got to sit up there and try to figure this out and fight this. And that's quite sad. It's quite sad, realistically, that we are just the utmost forgiving. It's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because it shows that, black people have a heart, but it's a curse because that means that we're just going to allow the exact same things to happen repeatedly and not learn. It's crazy how that works. Funniest thing is that nobody else actually suffers from this in a sense, but realistically, black Americans. It'd be like that though. John Smith said, LMAO, go Power Rangers. Oh yeah, that was the Zeo song. Yeah. Yes, indeed. We are Power Ranger fans directly over here. Shout out to JDF, RIP. HM said, we all know what our problems are. How about some ideas and solutions? I mean, the funny part is that, just spot that so people know who I'm responding directly to. The funny thing is, amongst the things that I've stated, I've layered in some solutions directly in there. Maybe it might not have been obviously said, but I've layered some solutions directly in what it is that I've talked about. Even when I talked earlier, when it dealt with the two shooters, even when I talked about the instances between black men and black women, I listed solutions directly in there. A lot of times I feel like I don't need to be as transparent on those things because I feel like it should be obvious. For a lot of people, like if somebody's explaining to you about the government and how the government is negative, then that would basically mean that you should, in a sense, step away from the system. Because at least from what I've learned when I was in government, I'm talking about classes, high school, is that the main people who have the higher priority vote are the electoral colleges. Their votes matter than anybody else. And I've seen this. What was it? You had it back, excuse me, back in the days of like Al Gore and Kerry. You had the whole thing. What was it with Bush and somebody else, and then you had that whole fallout with Florida and Jeb Bush with the voting and all that other type of stuff. You have Family Guy and The Simpsons make light and fun directly out of that situation and things of that nature. Like I said, it's crazy how people can actually get the vote from the people, but then the electoral colleges are like, nah, that's not who we said it is. We're the ones that actually, our votes matter more than yours. It's great that you vote, but our votes are the ones that actually shake and move directly around here. Like I said, the whole system is rigged. So going back to what somebody said, earlier when I was listing wrestlers who in a sense vote, Republican and got this to say and all this other type of stuff. My main thing was saying that the world is a stage. This is all entertainment. This is the Coliseum at the end of the day. They got a variety of different games. They got a variety of different shows. They got different things that you can eat and go directly into, all to keep you distracted. So while everybody's at the Coliseum, the people who shake and move things in this country are behind the scenes, making secret handshakes and doing all this other type of stuff behind the scenes that we don't know nothing about. While we're asleep, they're up passing bills. While we're awake, they're up and passing bills. Nobody sees a problem. But in order to get people to really see what's going on, you would need a large swath of the American population to just not vote. They're not going to have that, though. They're going to use fear and scare tactics in order to get people to directly vote, like they've always done. So even if you could get people to see and identify what the problem is and to actually take action, there's going to be a lot of advertisements that people are going to be bombarded with on an everyday basis that are going to, in a sense, coerce them to be like, you know what, instead of doing that, let me just actually vote so that I can make a change. Because that was the whole main belief that everybody was raised directly on. If I vote, I'll sit up there and make a change. What changes have we really made? We're being robbed by the government at this moment in time. Prices are going up for everything, but your pay is staying the direct same. The education and value has lost its value. But yet, as American children and as American people go, we're supposed to be able to compete on a global scale. Where AI is basically the best competition that we got when it deals with, in a sense, representing us. We used to be at a point in time where America had the smartest and the brightest. Now we don't. Everybody else is beating us pretty much everywhere when it deals with a global scale. But people are like, yeah, America is a first world country, this, that, and that. Okay. I wonder for how long. Because you already see where China is and where it's going to be going by 2030 and 2032. And then you already see what they over there doing in the United Emirates, right? And then, like I told people before, the next runners up is in between Africa and India. It's whoever can basically move the quickest. That's going to be the next group that's going to be up there making moves and waves. So, but HM said, "Are you under the impression that I'm white?" For all intents and purposes, I'm under the impression that you're clear, transparent. I don't know. Clear and transparent don't have a color, so I don't know. But I do respond to comments. sometimes, multiple at the same time. So, HM said, assuming someone's race based on comments made is wild. I mean, I guess, but just saying, when I happen to receive racist comments, what should I assume that? So I'm going to say that 100% of it is AI. Am I going to say that 13% of the population are making the racist comments towards me because I'm black? So it's other black people being racist towards me and listed stereotypes because blacks are the ones that have a propensity to hate everybody. I'm just saying, like, how, like, where do you want me to specifically go with a lot of this, stuff here? Just just wondering. Oh, you say you're responding to chat. All right. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. But yeah, pretty much, I guess we could say, I mean, technically I do have technically I do have a closing video. Which I did not actually play. At the moment in time, it was supposed to actually play with the previous videos that I had up there. It would have all made more sense for me to do so during the time of, probably 2 hours ago, but, started going into other conversations, and things of that nature. So it's only about like 49 of us here, and it's falling off because the energy is down. I'm not hollering and yelling and rah rah rah. Like I said, I can, like I said, I keep telling people, when you happen to speak. Hold on, give me a second. All right, I'm back. So we're gonna play this, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna throw people directly for a loop, which is understandable. So let me just try to catch people up directly on this video. This more so had to do with the whole side of when it was. Maybe I might not even play it because it might not even make sense. I'm not even sure. Sham said Diablo season is out, but it kind of sucks though. The hordes are fun. They got goblins in them this time. Yeah, I did see that. I did happen to see that. I haven't gotten directly into that, but I'll probably check it out. So will I play this? I'll do it. It's whatever.
So women are mad.
So this one, well, technically this is a little bit different, right? So this area here is dealing with the Cardi B situation, because sometimes I do cover things dealing with celebrities, and it's basically covering the perception and how it is that you have women responding to the whole thing of Cardi B. If people don't know, let me just catch you up. Cardi B was married to Offset. They got about 2 or 3 kids or whatnot or whatever. There was some cheating and whatnot going on, infidelity that took place. So in a sense, Cardi B and Offset are separated at this moment in time, but they're still married, not divorced. And Cardi B decided to have a relationship, have a boyfriend or whatnot with this sports star or whatever it is that he is. And now she's pregnant by said guy. Right. And basically, Cardi B, in a sense, is a side chick, because the same guy that she got pregnant by, who was the new guy, he also has 2 other kids on the way. So there you go. So let's just take a listen to this.
So women are mad at women like Crystal, and I'm new to her. So I don't really know that much about her. Apparently she talks like that on a regular basis. She keeps the same energy. It doesn't matter if it's Nick Cannon or Cardi B. She keeps the same energy. But women are upset with Crystal because of what she said. And they feel like it's a personal attack on mothers. You feel personally attacked because you refuse to look in the mirror and take accountability for how you ended up in single motherhood. And the reason why women like myself who are child free don't get excited for you is because we honestly don't know how. We don't know how to get excited for you. And you want to know why? Because women came on this app and complained about motherhood, complained about single motherhood. I don't know how many times I've been on this app and I've seen women talk about offing themselves, talking about how their life didn't turn out the way that they really wanted, talking about how they don't have any real support, talking about how even though they got married, they still feel like a single mother. So no, of course you're going to have a generation of women that honestly don't know how to respond to your pro-choice of single motherhood, because we've seen so many videos on social media from women that literally come on here with heavy energy of feeling like their life is over, they want to give up, they only living for their kids, etc., etc. So it's like, how are we supposed to get excited? How are we supposed to get excited when it's another woman that is now entering into single motherhood, and we've seen those horror videos of women complaining about how single motherhood is the worst thing ever? How single motherhood is so hard. How single motherhood is, oh, I don't have any time for myself. How I can't accomplish this and I can't accomplish that. So it's like, what do y'all want from us? Seriously, blaming misogyny and blaming the patriarch and all of that, it's just straight bullshit. It's you wanting to scapegoat the reality of your choice and your decision. You don't want to take no accountability at all. At all. First, you can start with taking accountability regarding the fact that you complained about single motherhood. You made it aware to everybody else. I rarely see positive mom content nowadays, partially because a lot of women saw Morgan from the whole random man from Atlanta. She was able to make a platform on social media, trauma bonding with a bunch of women with kids, and she literally would sit up and complain about her single motherhood journey, made a profit, and then we started seeing an increase of women creating content like that. So of course you're birthing and you're influencing a whole new generation of women who don't want to have kids. Y'all don't come online and highlight the joys about motherhood. Y'all don't. Y'all only come online and constantly project trauma, struggle. So of course they're not going to get excited for you, especially when it comes to single motherhood. Women need to get clear. Y'all are confused. You're wishy-washy. One minute you're saying this and the next minute you're saying something else. And you know what that tells me? You don't know who you are. You haven't reflected on yourself at all. You only want to blame others and be in this place of victimhood mentality. It is time for you to grow the hell up and stop coming online, projecting and trauma dumping on other people. Stop blaming misogyny. Stop trying to make it seem like these women are male identified. These women are responding to those horror videos that y'all have made a trend to warn women about motherhood and single motherhood. That's what y'all decided to do. So y'all need to make up y'all minds. Like seriously, it's just getting ridiculous.
This thing that y'all are doing with the podcast, The Read, I've come to the conclusion that the dumb bitch community is so prevalent because that lady said not 1 ounce of a lie. And Cardi B responding with her, oh, I'm a good mom because my kids love me. They get to sleep in bed with me. Bitch, you missed the point. She never spoke about your motherhood. The point was never about your motherhood, but you're now belittling what she said and finding the part that makes you sound like a victim in her statement, which was an accurate, articulate read. You found a little piece of it that made you feel Okay. You missed everything that woman said. And anybody that is defending or finding issue with what she said, you are the reason why we have all the problems we have in the world. Because you refuse to wake up, use your frontal cortex, and be an actual adult. Be a fucking adult.
I think this Cardi B discourse has really exposed and revealed how many women have the same type of thought process as she does. Seeing people argue about what type of man Stefan is, seeing people just have this very cavalier, we don't know her relationship, da-da-da-da-da. And to me, it all gives projection. It's not about Cardi and Stefan. It's about you and your ain't shit ass nigga. That's what to me, that's what this all feels like. This is not about Cardi B and her coochie and the children she has. No, this is about all of the women that have been told, hey girl, that man ain't shit, you probably shouldn't have a baby by him. Had a baby by him and watch him drag her from the roots of her hair down to her goddamn toenails, okay? We have seen y'all skip, fall, jump, hop, diving into ditches of love, all for a nigga to get you pregnant, disrespect you, cheat on you, fuck over you, break your shit, talk to you crazy, and steal money from you. So it is really given that y'all just don't like the fact that there are people that represent a smarter way of dealing with relationships, meaning that I'm not going to rush into pregnancies. I'm not going to give these niggas the benefit of the doubt. I am going to keep my foot on their necks because I don't trust most of them. Yes. But no, y'all want to be forgiving. Y'all want to have babies by niggas you don't know. And I think that our conversation about Cardi B is exposing how many of y'all want to make your bad decisions and don't want nobody to ever say nothing about it, whether it's about you or not. And I'm here to tell y'all, get the fuck over it. We're going to be telling y'all dumb whether y'all like it or not. Get off the internet.
So you leave your husband who's cheating on you to get with a guy for a fun time who just welcomed 2 babies into this world and got 3 pending. So you left from being a wife that got cheated on to a baby mama that got to share with 3 other baby mamas. So you went from a wife to a baby mom, but you left your husband for having an infatuation with other women just to get pregnant by a guy who has an infatuation with other women. Yeah, the math ain't mathing.
Like I said, hey, it be like that. You got people out there that are directly on the side of Cardi B and sitting up there saying, like, you know, defending her and all this other. Hey, like I said, you can't save a lot of people out here. And you got a lot of women that follow Cardi B. You can't save them either. You got to start questioning a lot of stuff now. Like I said, it's madness out here. And people think that math makes sense. You left your husband that was cheating. Again, I'm not condoning the, Offset, cheating on her and all this other type of stuff, because you might as well, just do whatever, right? But you left that dude to be with a dude that had kids with, 2 to 3 other women. And then now you're woman number 3, 4, whatever it is. It's like now, like the dude has, like, realistically, he has less loyalty in a sense than Offset. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, what? Or better yet, let me just put it as a blanketed thing. Women like Cardi B make very bad choices and decisions in men, and this is something that I've spoken on before. And whenever you happen to speak on these things, especially being a guy, you'll have a lot of people out there that want to sit up there and say, oh no, you're just trying to blame women for it. This is not the woman's fault. And how is a woman supposed to know? Like somebody listed earlier, right? Crest Mob said that a whole team said that old buddy was a trash bag when it comes to dating women, and yet she still laid up with him. Yep. Like I said, you can warn a lot of women directly out here about a guy. The family can warn a woman. The kids of said woman can warn the woman. Even Jesus can cut through the clouds and come down right now and be like, yo, that is just not it. That's not the guy. He's not that guy. And then the woman will be like, I'm still going to do what I want to do. And then, long story short, go back and start crying to God and everybody else. But oh my God, he did me dirty, and oh my God, he has. But didn't everybody sit up there? Didn't God send you like 3 messages on how this dude is like the wrong guy to be with? And then Jesus came down himself as a 4th message. Shouldn't even been a 4th message, but he came down as a 4th message to try to really seal the deal. And you were like, nah, miss me with that, Jay. I'm going to do what it is that I do. That's the guy right there, because he's better than the other one. Okay. Jesus ain't taking the wheel on this one. Ooh, boy. That's diabolical. And this is why I sit up there and say on a lot of my videos and live streams that I don't really got sympathy when things like this happen, because a lot of women make their own choices. But then once they jack up on those choices, they don't want to be responsible or accountable, and they want to sit up there and blame men. The guy that she's with, people already knew that he was trash. They already knew he didn't have no loyalty. So how are you going to sit up there and blame a no good, ain't good person for doing you wrong? Like I don't understand. Like, when is the point in time where people will sit up there and start taking responsibility for their own action? Like I said, this is just weird to me, man. This is just, it is weird. Chris said, and she is not FBI. Oh, no. Yeah. I know she said that she is, she considered herself, I think it was like Afro Latina or something like that. She said it on the stand. I forgot what it was. I got the clip somewhere, but yeah, she never said that she was Black American. Yeah, that's right. 100%. Sham said, cause she carries herself as a certain type of individual that walks the streets. So why wouldn't she date another person such as she? Birds of a feather flock together. That's bars. Sham also said why she attracts those cheating type of dudes. If she carried herself with some class, intelligence, and dignity, and etc., then she would find the same. I mean, it's possible, but when it deals with like certain types of guys, those are the types of guys that are not really attractive to other women directly out here. Right. Because like I said before, you don't see, like, let's say like a Meg Thee Stallion, a Cardi B, a Nicki Minaj, a Glorilla. They're not dealing with guys who are like, let's say in the STEM field, guys who are scientists, guys who are solving world problems, because the rest of the world don't find those guys attractive. Women aren't chasing those guys. So you happen to see, a lot of groupthink where if women deem this one guy attractive and other women are seen chasing after that guy, then other women are going to chase after that guy, because obviously there's something there that other women want, so they want it too. Versus guys who are, let's say, in a scientific field, who are just scientists or things of that nature. You don't see fields of women trying to sit up there and track down and chase those dudes down and having pictures up of those guys, but like, oh my God, he's so smart and this that. Nah, I ain't never seen women out here on like a giant blog talking about the most attractive surgeons, the most attractive plumbers, the most attractive construction workers. Like I said, I've never seen these things. But if it deals with guys who are, they look a certain type of way and they're getting attention from all over the world from various women, you'll see, women post those guys directly up there. Just saying. Sham said, what them guys are attractive. I like being able to hold a conversation with that type of guy. But see, that's different, Sham. Like you are of, the Einstein factor, right? You are the ultra genius at the point in time. We can sit up and say you're mini genius. But obviously you are very tall, so you are of the tall genius status. I was gonna like try to pull like a scientific name directly up there. I had it, but it became elusive. Crest up there laughing. What is it? Christy said women want fun. good-looking guys who are dominant to other men, but are also confident enough to be with them on a moment's notice. Yeah, I got you. Yo, Pink, what is up? What is up? What is up? What's up? You said Cardi B is what happens when you turn a garden tool into a housewife. Cold-blooded. Sham said, LOL, I get you, but I'm that kind of girl. I like intelligence. No, we know. We know. But when you look out here in the societies, when you look out here in these blogs and on a lot of these, different avenues, especially like TikTok. Oh yes. Let me tell you, I kid y'all not. When I was getting these videos directly together for this live stream, the craziest part is I thought X was in a sense toxic, but it got to the point where I was like doom scrolling through TikTok, looking for videos. Then I'm like, yo, TikTok is horrible. I'm like, X, it can be toxic, but the way that TikTok is toxic when it deals with like men and women and all this other type, that's on a whole nother bar. Like it is on a whole nother, like that's just wow. Wow. Like I said, I don't know how people do this. That doom scrolling is dangerous. You'll end up on a whole nother side of TikTok you wasn't looking for in like 5 seconds. All it takes is 3 videos and reading some comments. Bam, algorithm got you. Yo, it is crazy out here. Sham said, I am a woman of stature, would be the medical term. Loretta Thomas. Wait, you said, oh, you responding to what Sham stated? I'm not even sure what comment that was. But yeah. But I think that was actually it. Wait, was that completely it? Let me see. I'm just trying to make sure that was actually all. I think I want to say that should be it. That should be it. Yeah, because we went through the other 2 previous videos. Yeah. So yeah, we're good. We actually made it through all the videos there. Had a pretty decent conversation about a variety of topics, variety of different things, and or surrounding the videos. Some things were could be linked in and paralleled or whatnot or whatever. So I feel like it was a pretty good live stream. Pretty good live stream. Sham said, I think they're talking about something an hour ago about the slave trade. I said Spaniards. I did name the Dutch and equally British, Portuguese, and the French. Okay, yeah. So that was probably like earlier on because I was looking at the comment. I'm like, wait, what are they talking about again? I'm like, I had to like try to go back in the recesses of my mind. I'm like, I don't know where we were at, during that conversation, but yeah. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's in the comment section. My apologies for a lot of the coughing. I got some liquids on the side that I'm sitting up there drinking during the stream to make sure that wouldn't happen as often as possible. But I felt like I probably coughed about a good 100 times during the 4-hour live stream. So my apologies, because I understand that can be annoying to a lot of people, but I can't help it, especially if I'm talking and trying to get a point directly through. It's tough. I want to say I was doing a little bit better before I did the live stream, but it's like that though. But shout out to everybody who came directly through to the live stream. Shout out to all 53 people on both channels that are all together who are still here listening, probably watching some of, I don't even know what part of the videos y'all would actually be on at this moment in time. Oh, Miss Thomas said love your videos. Oh, so she caught up though, or maybe she might have sped up. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation to you and yours, directly out there. Much love. Like I said, if I can happen to make some content that is interesting, that people happen to like, I feel like I did my job as a content creator, especially if we can start having some conversations and putting things directly out there. Like I said, that works out for me. And again, apologies for, in a sense, getting all preachy and and all that type of stuff earlier. I really do try to refrain from doing that. My voice actually cracked. That's how I know it's bad. I try not to, sit up there and do that, but sometimes dealing with certain conversations, it will lead directly into that. So, you know. OVOZ. Much appreciation from OVOZ. I think I saw you said earlier, because I meant to respond to you. Say you from Detroit. Much love and respect. Detroit native as well. 313. Detroit versus everybody. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you and yours. Sham said, "Eat well, y'all. I am on Diablo tonight." I got you, Sham. I understand. I actually got a few games directly out here. So now let me actually just wait, how do I yeah, let me just flip that. Yeah, I actually got a few things that I'm actually on. What was it? Because we got a few games on Game Pass that I've been playing. That I was actually looking forward to. I was going to buy them, but I didn't have to because they were on Game Pass. So I'm like, all right, I got 2 games on Game Pass, which is pretty great. The other game that I started playing was Sonic Racers. The other game that I've been playing is Dead Zone, which is like a first-person rogue light or rogue-like shooter, which is also multiplayer as well, which is pretty fun. I keep dying on level 17 on the next stage. It's quite annoying. There was something else that I was about to mention, and then I got another game as well. How many gigs is that going to be? Because it's I know it's going to say like install, so I gotta. So that's like 22 gigs. That would have to be. I would need to install that on the D drive. But yeah, I got another game called Out of Time that I actually was able to. I watched a good 2 hours plus of some pre-recorded live streams. And I'm like, that's that game ain't bad. That's right up my alley. The type of games that I like to, sit up there and play and things of that nature. But yeah, I got quite a few to in a sense go through. Hopefully, because it's an epic game, it will come directly to consoles, and within that, I'm hoping that we have cross saves. That'd be great. I'm hoping that it's not just a PlayStation only, type of deal, because Sony tends to mess up a lot of things. Even though at this moment in time, Nintendo is right now holding the record for the most hated because of what they're doing in Power World. I really want to technically do some news directly on that, because the things that Nintendo is doing is egregious. But yeah, figure that out. D Money said Detroit versus everybody. What are you trying to say, Saji? that's just like it's a whole in a sense like saying, because for the longest time possible, when Detroit was always mentioned out of the United States, people would try to clown Detroit, say negative stuff and all this other type of stuff. So this is why we have the whole thing of Detroit versus everybody, because like somebody out there always has something negative to say and nothing positive to say when it dealt with Detroit. Sham said, "Did you see Mana? Visions of Mana is out there now." Oh yeah, that was I played the demo for that originally. Excuse me, I did play the demo for Visions of Mana. That's another game that I do like as well too. Pretty dope game. I like that one. Sham says, "Seiji, you played the Mana series?" I played the newest demo, and I think I might have played a previous one like some years ago. D Money said, "Don't hate the PlayStation exclusive content." I mean, well, as a person that has all systems, and especially I got the PS5 and I got those back during the pandemic, I'm not too happy with Sony coming out and talking about and already showing stuff dealing with the PS6. I'm like, that's egregious to me. Like I said, they did this, during the PS3 era. It was like when the PS3 launched, it was about like $700-800. And I remember looking at Sony magazine and it was like, yeah, we're already working on a PS4. I'm like, brother, what? I'm like, dog, people, that's why I did not get the PS3, because I didn't like what Sony was sitting up there doing to the consumer base. Like, how dare you sit up there and decide that, oh, we already got you this system that you almost spent close to $1,000 for if you had any accessories and games. Cool, no problem. The PS4 is coming right up, so make sure to save your money again. That's crazy to me. Like, bro, that's massively disrespectful. Like I said, that's why I missed out on the PS3 generation, because I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to put money on that. And the PS4 generation, I missed out on that, but shout out to Officer Haku. That dude was like, I got you. We're gonna sit up there and play Godfall, and got you with this PS4 Slim real quick, so we can sit up there and do that. So shout out to Officer Haku with that. And then after that was all right. You sit up there and get the PS5. And I really ain't play it. I really don't got nothing directly up on there. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Sham said I picked up Sworn as well. Oh yeah, that's the other game I got too. Sham, I got Sworn as well too. Because like I said, I love games like that. And Sworn is multiplayer. I'm not sure if it got crossplay though. But I do have Sworn as well too. I have all 4 characters unlocked, and I'm working through what my favorites in a sense, would be. And things like that. Sham said I just got the PS5 and it was expensive. Yeah, it is. It is. Alex the chef, what is up? What is up? You said let's play Black Ops 6 Zombies. I mean, technically, should we be ain't it like Black Ops 7? Let me look that up real quick. Yeah, you should be talking about like Black Ops 7 right now. That's about to be out real quick. Well, technically, you gotta wait until November, but before then, we got Battlefield 6. So yeah, I'll be on that. I'll be on Battlefield 6, and I'll be on Call of Duty because it's free because I had Game Pass. So I don't even got to pay for it. I've been paying for years for Call of Duty, so to be able to just have it directly there at my disposal, that's great for me. I deserve that. So I'll sit up there and take that. But yeah, shout out to all the gamers directly in the chat. Things of that sort. We got a lot of other gamers that are directly here. We pretty much got all systems in a sense. So again, like I said, we are multifaceted here. So on top of talking about social, politicals, or politics, I said politicals, Jesus Christ, social and politics and all this other type of stuff, we are gamers. So yeah, it's putting that directly out there. Sham said, LOL, nice. Sworn looks Darkest Dungeon in art, so I picked it up. Yeah, Sworn is basically like Hades. Yeah, I'm not sure if you ever played Hades. If you haven't, I would recommend you get that and play it. It's very like Hades was one of the main ones that in a sense started this genre and like the popularity. Not in a sense like started, but it helped to elevate the genre. When it deals with the popularity and how people basically see it and view it. I still got to get Hades 2. I beat Hades the first one. I gotta get my hands on Hades 2 and really actually play that. D Money said, especially the PlayStation gamers. Oh, if you talk about how they're treated, yeah. Sham said going to pick up an Xbox Series X this weekend. I need to switch my Diablo 4 to console. Yeah, that's the thing I was trying to tell you about before, Sham, that the reason I like console, even though like people normally say is like, oh, it's just a weaker PC. Like, no, I don't want my PC to be running hot. Like, what if I want to stream? So now my PC got to run hot, and then I'm trying to stream at the same time. It's like, that's crazy. I'm like, stuff is going to be, you got bottlenecking and all this other type of stuff going on. It's like, no, I would rather have a console that I can hook into my PC. So that's doing its own thing. And then I run just specifically the streaming software and manage that on the computer. Like I said, the best of both worlds. So, that's what I look at consoles for. That's what I feel like they are best at. Computers can do everything, but that doesn't mean that a computer should do everything. Because at certain points you can overburden a computer and you will start to see the effects over time, such as wear and tear and all the other type of stuff, especially with the fans dealing with the graphics cards and things like that. Yeah. D Money said, ew, Xbox. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? You said I refuse to get a PS5 since every time I get a new console, the next gen comes out. So nope, I'll stay to my PS4 games on it. Well, I'll put it to you like this. I think you got up until like 2026. So if you want to skip out on a PS5, I understand that. I got you, no problem. But I would say that by 2026, save up, some money per month or however it is that you can do it. You might as well just go for that PS6. You might as well just sit up there and do it. You can skip the 5 and go for the 6. like I skipped the 3 and I ended up getting, the 4 by way of Officer High School, and then I got the, 5 myself during the pandemic. So I mean, you can do it that way. Because what's going to happen is that Sony is, they're slowly but surely taking away the support for the PS4, and they're going to stop making games. Any brand new games that comes out in the next few years, they are not going to show up on the PS4, even though it's a split where they show the numbers with the amount of people that got the PS5 and the amount of people that got the PS4. It's still like a 50-50 or whatnot or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's not good. That's like still having like 50% of people on like an Xbox One or something like that. And I'm like, yay, ooh, that's bad. That is horrible. That is horrible. Sham said, yeah, it runs best on Xbox. I don't like my PS5 running hot either. Yeah. And then the other thing I would say about the PS5 as well, too, you gotta be very careful on how you do that, because there was like warnings out there earlier on, because I got the one from the pandemic. So at least I can speak for those. The main thing that they were stating is that the I forgot what it was called, but the glue, it's not glue, but the thermal paste, that's what it is. The thermal paste that holds the card. I'm sorry, not the card. I don't know what I'm talking about. GPU, whatnot, or whatever, directly in place on the system. It has an instance to instance bleed on parts because of the heat of the system. So then when that happens and the thermal paste is basically, loose, then you're going to have other problems where that thermal paste is leaking on parts and all this other type of stuff. And yeah, like it's not good. So this is why I always have my console just like sitting sideways. I don't even stand it up. I just had that bad boy sitting sideways and leave it. The only console that I realistically have standing up is the Xbox, because I've never had problems. So the 360, completely good. I couldn't do that really with I could do it with the Xbox One, but I would need the space. That was basically like the VCR of Xboxes for all intents and purposes. That was the VCR of game systems. But when it deals with the Xbox Series X, it don't even matter sideways. Well, if you put it sideways, at least make sure you got proper ventilation for the air. And Sham, I will sit up there. Well, you're buying a newer Xbox Series X, so heating wise, you should be actually good. But I would just make sure to put that in a pretty cool ventilated area, because certain games like Diablo, Apex, Path of Exiles, like certain games, they will require a lot of pull from the system, so the system will throw off a lot of heat. So if you can have that in a cool area as you're playing it, you'll be completely fine and dandy. Won't really have to worry about much. But if you have something that doesn't really have a lot of cool air or ventilation like that, you may run into a slight issue, a rare issue, where it's like, okay, the system is like a little bit hot. We're going to just put you to the dashboard, allow the system to like blow out all the excess air to cool down the system, and then you can resume, playing the game and things like that. I've had that happen, but it's like it's a rarity when it actually happens. It's like rare occurrences. Sham said was planning Final Fantasy remake, and that was running my system a bit hot. I had to install a fanning system for my PS5. Yeah, I got Helldivers on my system on my PC. But the problem is that even on low settings, Helldivers still, it's still throwing off a lot of heat on my graphics card. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really like the tempered glass being that warm. I'm not really about that life. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just play this on the system. I'm not about to, have the computer running hot and then it takes a longer time for that to cool down. Nah. We're not doing that. So I got Helldivers directly on my Series X. D Money said I purchased a fan for my PS5. Man, I don't think I actually had my system run hot in a sense. Well, I don't think I really played a lot of games that required a lot of graphics where it was just like heavily pulling on the system. So, Sham said, oh yeah, I got the vent fans for it too on order. Christopher Stainer, I want to say Scott Steiner, realistically, but Christopher Stainer said, I got a gaming PC. I got you. You said Battlefield 6. Yep. Yes, indeed, I will be having Battlefield 6. I had that pre-ordered for a month or so now. I got that pre-ordered. So I will be on that day one. Like I said, after that beta, I thought we were supposed to have like another beta directly for it or something like that, or maybe it might be another game now thinking about. But yeah, Battlefield. When I played that beta, Battlefield 6 had me hooked. I'm like, I'm ready to get directly back in there, and I play as a medic. So I'm diving directly through gunfire and tank fire to try to, slide in there and give some quick revives and, and stuff like that. I really try to play as, support team player. I can get kills, but I more so try to go in there and, support those that, are really, in a sense, pushing forward and stuff like that. Like I said, medics are needed. Everybody, whenever Battlefield starts, people mainly go for assault or they go directly for engineer. And the other two classes pretty much, people don't tend to mess with, especially if it's medic. And the crazy part is no matter what game you play, I kid you not, people can pick a healer, a medic, or a support, and they will not play that as a medic, healer, or a support. And I'm like, what is the switch? Switch to recon, switch to a sniper, switch to assault, switch to anything else. Don't pick medic. I'm like, it just doesn't make any type of sense, but it's crazy out here. Standard said of being with this woman, she goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, it'd be like that. Hopefully you got like a man cave, somewhere up there. Maybe you might have like an attic you can, go directly up to, or you got like the PC gaming, setup or something like that. Yeah, that just threw me for a loop right there. I'm like, man. Sam said, okay. Yeah, Diablo, the makers need to clean up the polygon count. I think they make your renders too much. Yeah, that's true. Sham also said, I got all the system Switch 2. I collect games and play them. And my one hobby I enjoy. I like PC gaming, but NVIDIA is having a rough year and I'm not paying $4,000 for a card. Yeah, I'm still on the 3080 at this moment in time. So that's going to have to we're going to have to chug along directly on that for a little bit of time. We're just going to have to sit up there and do that because I'm like, yeah, nah. I mean, like realistically, I do want to get another tower. Like technically, with how everything is, I know a motherboard that I would love to get because it has 3 slots for cards. So I'm like, yeah, I need that because I'm like, I can run 2 cards. Even if one is lesser, I can, still, use that for something else to, give a little extra boost or whatnot, whatever. And then the 3rd slot I would use for my Elgato capture card that, has to be installed internally. So it's like I know what I would go for, and I think it would probably be Wi-Fi 7 because for me, I would want things to, in a sense, be future proof. In a sense, it can't really be future proof, but you can get as close as possible directly to it. So I would go for boards with quite a few things. With the brand new, I think it should have been like, I'm sorry, it should have been Wi-Fi 7, and I think Bluetooth. I think ain't it like 3.0 or something like that? I forgot, but whatever like the newest Bluetooth is, they got that on some boards and and things like that. But yeah. Anyways, that's enough for my rambling directly up here. But yeah. I'm gonna let y'all be. We've been going for about a good 4 hours and 27 minutes. If I didn't stop myself, I would have kept talking about gaming and stuff like that. So yeah, it's about 5:53 Thursday, September 25th. So everybody go out there and have some fun. Go enjoy some games. Go order, a nice meal or two, something that's reasonable. Uber Eats, they do got some coupons going, so go check those out. Might get a nice 50% off somewhere. So go check that out and go have some fun. Go be safe and yeah, and that is it. Again, shout out to all 30 who are still here listening to me ramble on. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody who may have subscribed or is thinking about subscribing. As D Money would normally say, shout out to all the regulars there. Shout out to all of the subscribers that we got. Shout out to all the members that we got. Shout out to the patrons. Shout out to anybody who's donated to the platform. Shout out to all my wonderful and beautiful moderators that are part of the channel that do the Lord's work every single day. Love you guys. Respect you guys a lot. Thank you guys for everything that you do, seen and unseen, you know, on an everyday basis. Thank you guys for always being here to support me. So I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.